Chapter 457. Xiao Han and the others were still 5 days away from the space springboard they had chosen in advance. Of course, this space springboard was definitely not only chosen by Xiao Han's plane. There were bound to be a large number of planes that chose this space springboard. Therefore, now that Xiao Han's mental fluctuations had spread out, it was not surprising at all that he had discovered at least a dozen groups of people from different planes. What? More than a dozen waves of powerful people from different planes? Hearing this, Xiao Mingqiu was slightly stunned, and a look of horror immediately appeared in the depths of his eyes. Luo Tianyu, who was standing next to Xiao Mingqiu, was also trembling. That's right. They were almost annihilated by Rongyu, which made the fiendish heroes of Xiao Han's dimension feel like they had been bitten by a snake. Every one of them became frightened. When they heard that there were people from other dimensions approaching, they were instinctively frightened. Xiao Han did not take it seriously. Instead, he smiled and comforted them. Eldest senior brother, Brother Luo, don't be nervous. There are many planes going to the Genius Zone, and we will meet people from other planes sooner or later. Not every plane's people are as cruel and sinister as Na Rong. After a pause, Xiao Han's spirit wave spread out like an octopus and said, They are approaching us. East, northwest, south, southeast. The evil heroes from those planes will find us within an hour. Eldest senior brother, Brother Luo, if there is any sudden change and we have a dispute with the evil heroes from other planes, I will remember to take you into the demon compound of despair. Xiao Han said with a smile. I'm going to encounter the endless geniuses from other planes. I don't know why. I actually have a little bit of expectation and excitement now. Inexplicably, Xiao Han's blood was slightly boiling. The liquid spiritual power planet in his sea of consciousness, as well as the great accomplishment natal saber chi, all transmitted obscure fluctuations. Compared to when he had just set off, Xiao Han's current state of mind, he was more stable and more confident. Every cell in his body was filled with the desire to explore the unknown. Every cell in his body was filled with indomitable courage. At this time, the Pagoda Master and the 12 Elders, their spiritual power was far less than Xiao Han's, so they had not found anything unusual for the time being. Xiao Han was too lazy to inform the Pagoda Master and the others. An hour later. Alert! Suddenly the Tower Master's figure stopped, and he let out a panicked scream. Everyone, pay attention. Be on alert. More than 10 groups of heroes from other planes are rushing towards us. What? More than 10 batches of heroes from other planes? The elders also lost their composure. Their cries rang out one after another. Each and every one of them was usually swaggering around arrogantly. But now, he was also exhausted and listless. What should we do? Pagoda Master, what do we do now? All right. Calm down. The Pagoda Master's face was also gloomy. This is the only way to get to the space springboard. There will definitely be many demons passing through this path. They might not necessarily make things difficult for us. Calm down. Everyone calm down. Later on, when we encounter other demons from other planes, we should all be polite and not take the initiative to provoke trouble. He should be fine. After saying that, the Pagoda Master waved his hand and suppressed the situation. Let's just focus on moving forward. Don't make a fuss. Keep going. The army continued to advance. However, there were many demons. They all took the initiative to approach Xiao Han. It seemed like they wanted to seek some protection. It was almost a subconscious action. After the battle in the hallucinatory Devil Palace, these demons had subconsciously regarded Xiao Han as their protector. Half an hour later at last. Boom, boom, boom. In the east, there was a tremor. A sound that caused even the starry sky to tremble rang out. A tall and burly man with immortal chi all over his body slowly walked over. There was a faint mark between his eyebrows. He had no one in his eyes, and his aura soared to the sky. He was like an abyss and a mountain, and his every movement was full of the demeanor of an important person. Looking at his spirit and bearing, he was even slightly stronger than that of Na Rong. Ha ha ha. My children, after a long journey and passing through many dangerous places, we are finally on the right track and have arrived here. There are only a few days left before we reach the nearest space springboard. Ha 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 ha. The tall and burly man laughed heartily. His voice rumbled and shook the entire void, causing it to sway and tremble. In the next moment, a dense group of young people and some elders walked out from behind the tall and burly man. These people's bodies were sparkling and the wind was surging. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they were all in high spirits. Their eyes overflowed with unconcealable confidence and ambition. 8th level true chi, 9th level true chi, and every one of them had an incomparably strong foundation. The pagoda master's footsteps involuntarily stopped, and he looked to the east with palpitations. His throat was dry as he murmured, "What a powerful plane! Our plane. It's hard to compete with it." In an instant, the pagoda master's gaze swept over the dozens of demons in his plane, and subconsciously felt that they were asking to be humiliated. He had no confidence at all. The 12 elders were also very dispirited. The demons were overshadowed. Even Xiao Mingqiu, who was always ambitious and neither servile nor overbearing, shook his head secretly. In the entire plane, only Xiao Han's state of mind was calm and unperturbed. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and his expression was calm. Instead, he looked at the wave of demons with interest, and secretly evaluated them. Those younger ones are those who are below 10,000 years old and have met the requirements to enter the genius zone. Indeed, the demons in our plane can't be compared to them. For example, my eldest senior brother Xiao Mingqiu, who is less than 10,000 years old, has cultivated to the 8th level true chi formation realm. He has been a genius since he was young, but if he is brought to that plane, he will not be able to stand. His strength and talent will definitely be at the bottom. The difference. Heh. In other words, after entering the genius zone, I will have to compete with these guys. I really am looking forward to it. Xiao Han couldn't help but touch his nose. Roar! Roar! The roar of giant beasts resounded. In the next moment, from the northwest direction, many wild beasts that looked like giant elephants broke through the void and came over. The domineering and savage aura shook the heavens and the earth. Hundreds of giant elephant savage beasts. They got into formation. The leader was a giant elephant with brightly colored fur. Riding on it was a middle-aged man wrapped in a beast robe. He had a square face. His hair was messy, and as he breathed in and out, immortal chi sprayed out. His entire body was filled with evil chi. He was emitting evil, powerful, violent, sinister, and even murderous aura at all times. The aura of darkness. On the giant elephant savage beast behind him, there were young men and women. All of them were wearing beast robes and had a fierce look in their eyes. They were very fierce. As soon as they appeared, they used provocative gazes to scan the surroundings. When they noticed the camp of Xiao Han's plane, they all burst into laughter. They were pointing fingers. The heroes of Xiao Han's plane were all very ashamed. They were too ashamed to show their faces. They lowered their heads, and their aura was very timid. They had no confidence at all. Soon in this space from all directions, the people of the heroes of the plains had arrived. There were too many geniuses. The aura that they emitted overlapped, causing the surrounding space to faintly distort. Including Xiao Han's plane, there were a total of 19 people of the heroes of the plains gathered. The total number of people was tens of thousands. These people were either arrogant and unruly, or cold and gloomy, or murderous and fierce, or lazy and tranquil, or arrogant, so on and so forth. And the heroes of the various planes were now observing and evaluating the strength of the heroes of the other planes. Of course, among these 19 planes, not all were stronger than Xiao Han's plane. There were also some that were on par with Xiao Han's plane. There were even a few planes whose comprehensive strength was slightly inferior to Xiao Han's plane. For example, Xiao Han saw a plane with only 30 to 40 heroes, and most of them were in the 6th stage expanded acupoint realm. In this way, from the pagoda master to the heroes of Xiao Han's plane, they felt a little comforted. At least their plane was not at the bottom, right? Xiao Han did not pay too much attention to the weak planes. Instead, he focused his attention on the powerful planes. Judging from their appearances, Xiao Han discovered that the geniuses from the powerful existential planes all exuded a sense of pride from the inside out. The pride that belonged to the geniuses, and loneliness, and hot-bloodedness. More than 10 planes, nearly 10,000 geniuses. These powerful planes each have a large number of talented people. Who knows how many outstanding people have emerged. Now, the sand is washed away by the waves. Those who are selected to enter the Genius Zone are definitely not weak. Moreover, the number of the heroes who entered the Genius Zone is far more than this. These planes that I see now are just one of the many space springboards. There will also be a large number of planes entering other space springboards. It's just the tip of the iceberg. What I see now is really just the tip of the iceberg. After officially entering the Genius Zone, I will see more and more geniuses. Without a doubt, some of these geniuses have had fortuitous encounters. Just like me, a heavenly opportunity fell upon me. Some are extremely talented. Maybe their acupoints have expanded thousands of times. Some have met a good master and have been nurtured since young. Some have the heart of a strong person and never admit defeat. Seriously speaking, these guys are all my competitors. Xiao Han licked his lips. The people of the 19 planes gathered together. After a long while, a middle-aged man with the demeanor of an immortal said in a clear voice, "We're all heroes of the human race. Although we come from different planes, we're all the same. We're all responsible for killing demons and saving the common people. All right, there's not much time left before the opening of the Genius Zone. Let's go to the nearest space springboard first. I also hope that the Tower Masters will restrain their subordinates and not cause trouble to other planes. Follow the decree of the immortal world. Peace is the most important. Don't fight against each other. Men of this plane, follow me." Xiao, as soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man with the demeanor of an immortal moved and flew forward. His subordinates followed closely behind him. Just like that, a large group of people from different planes flew towards the direction of the space springboard. "Let's hurry up as well." The Tower Master sighed. "Eldest senior brother, let's go." Xiao Han also moved forward. "I'm afraid we will encounter more planes when we reach the space springboard. It's getting more and more interesting." Chapter 458. Ever since he left his hometown and headed for the Genius Zone, time flew by, and it had been over 200 days. Xiao Han and the others did not have a smooth journey. On the contrary, they had experienced many obstacles and dangers. When they encountered the wrong plane, they were almost wiped out. With Xiao Han's help, this mediocre plane was able to advance to where it was today. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. The densely packed chivalrous heroes of different camps flew toward the space gangplank. There are less than 5 days left. Xiao Han flew at the back of the group. "TSK, TSK. Junior brother Xiao Han. There are too many geniuses. My eyes are filled with geniuses. I was really a frog in a well when I was in my own plane. Sigh, there are so many geniuses in so many planes. In comparison, I feel like I'm just a speck of dust." Xiao Mingchu said sadly. "Eldest senior brother, don't be disheartened. Do you still remember the chivalry trials?" Xiao Han laughed. "Chivalry trials?" Xiao Mingchu was stunned. "Yes." Xiao Han nodded affirmatively. "Eldest senior brother, we've all been through the chivalry trials. In fact, to stand out in the chivalry trials, strength is one thing, but luck is more important. When I first participated in the chivalry trials, I was also a rookie. However, in the chivalry trials I improved a lot and my mind was sharpened. I'm thinking that the Genius Zone probably doesn't only value strength, but also luck." "Yes. Little brother Xiao Han is right." Luo Tianyu nodded repeatedly. "Maybe it's really luck. Brother Xiao, think about it. In terms of strength, Na Rong's plane is many times stronger than ours. However, it still fell at little brother Xiao Han's hands. On the other hand, our plane is advancing triumphantly, heading for the Genius Zone. This is also a kind of luck. Ha ha ha, of course, this luck is all because of little brother Xiao Han. When we enter the Genius Zone, I'm afraid we'll still have to rely on little brother Xiao Han. Ha ha ha." With that said, Xiao Mingchu's state of mind became slightly more cheerful. Soon after, Xiao Mingchu smiled in a carefree manner. I was worrying too much. How should he put it? Even if he could witness the elegant demeanor of those extraordinary people from other planes, this trip would not have been in vain. Immortal weapons and immortal treasures. Just go with the flow. Heh, junior brother Xiao Han, on the other hand, I'm very optimistic about you. Maybe you can get a share of immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure. Me? Xiao Han was speechless. Ha ha ha, that's right, little brother Xiao Han, you're a heaven-defying person. I'm also optimistic about you. Luo Tianyu also said seriously. No no no. Xiao Han shook his head repeatedly. I'm not belittling myself. I'm really nothing. Thinking about it, there were at least 1,000 springboards that could transport them to immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair. Any one of these space springboards could be used by dozens of planes. On average, there are a few hundred people in each plane. How many people would there be when there are thousands of planes with space springboards? Xiao Han's question stunned Xiao Mingqiu and Luo Tianyu. At this time, one of the 5 slaves flying respectfully behind Xiao Han said in a well-behaved manner. At least millions of people of the right age will enter the genius zone. Maybe tens of millions of people are possible. Hiss! Xiao Mingqiu and the others gasped and felt their scalps go numb. When Xiao Han heard this number, he also stuck out his tongue. Millions? Tens of millions? It's really unprecedented, it's really spectacular. Forward! The chivalrous men from more than a dozen planes flew to the nearest space gangplank in a hurry. There was no longer any danger that could hinder them along the way. Even the sporadic hallucinatory magic land no longer appeared. It was completely a smooth road for Zhuangkong. After a few moments, Xiao Han's spiritual force radiated outwards, and very quickly, he discovered a floating meteorite in the void. This meteorite was about hundreds of miles long and wide. It was very huge. After scanning with his spiritual power, Xiao Han found that there were densely packed humans on the meteorite. Moreover, there was a strong wave of immortal qi on the meteorite, as well as the wave of teleportation that could reverse the void. Space springboard. Xiao Han blurted out. What? Junior brother Xiao Han, your spiritual power sensed the space springboard? Xiao Mingqiu and Luo Tianyu were shocked. Yes, we're almost there. Xiao Han nodded heavily. Get ready. We're almost there. We're finally here. Xiao Mingqiu and Luo Tianyu couldn't help but murmur excitedly. After a long journey of hundreds of days, we're finally here. Ha ha ha. It's not a waste. It's 265 days. Xiao Mingqiu took a deep breath. There are 23 days left until the genius zone opens. Xiao Han also narrowed his eyes. At the same time, the heroes flying in front of Xiao Han and the others burst into thunderous cheers. The atmosphere became heated. Some of the nosy heroes even whistled. Everyone has already found the location of the space springboard. Xiao Han understood. At this time, the pagoda master said loudly. Everyone pay attention. We're about to reach the space springboard. Be alert. Ah, we're here. We're here. The 12 elders and the heroes cheered as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Half an hour later. Finally, in the direction where everyone was flying, a huge meteorite appeared in front of them. Rather than calling it a meteorite, it would be better to call it a floating continent. Its length and width could be hundreds of miles. The enormous meteorite was fixed in place by a strange force. It didn't move an inch. At this moment, on the meteorite, there were densely packed heroes surging. Moreover, rays of immortal light rose from the dense mist, and colorful light beams shot up to the sky. The characters were like fish and dragons, rising and falling in spirals. Space springboard. Xiao Han's spiritual power swept out and carefully observed. Oh. It turns out that in the middle of this meteorite, there is a huge and great space teleportation array. There is a spatial coordinate recorded on it. As long as enough supreme-grade true Qi spirit stones are placed at the eye of the array as energy, then the heroes standing in the array can be teleported directly to the lair of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Well, the structure of this space springboard is also very simple. However, ordinary mortals, even in the realm of half-immortals, can't carve out such a huge space teleportation array. It's most likely a temporary array specially made by the immortals for this exploration of the genius zone. How generous! Now, Xiao Han's heart was also clear at a glance. The chivalrous men from more than a dozen planes arrived and surrounded the meteorite. Land. Land on the space springboard. Step on the space springboard and teleport. Ha 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 ha. The genius zone, we're here. Ha 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 ha. My children. It's time to serve the planes. There are 23 days left until the opening of the genius zone. We'll arrive in the blink of an eye. Ha 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 ha. Let's go and teleport. The people from the dozen or so planes were all excited and couldn't hold back their excitement, so they went crazy. The Tower Master of Xiaohan's dimension also subconsciously rubbed some of the top-grade storage rings on his fingers as he said in a cold voice. I've prepared enough top-grade spirit stones for the teleportation. Everyone, get ready. At this moment, even I'm excited. Even my soul seems to be trembling, right at this moment. Xiao. From the space gangplank, a brown-skinned, black-eyed, short-haired old man came flying out. His aura was smooth and flawless, making it impossible to tell his cultivation level. However, there was a faint mark between his eyebrows, which revealed the foundation of his half-immortal body. A godly aura emanated from his body. Xiaohan's spirit looked at the brown-skinned old man and felt that he was like an abyss, with no end in sight. Looking at him for a long time, one's spirit would be lost. A powerful person. Not much weaker than Rong. He must be at the Tower Lord level. Xiaohan quickly assessed. Brown-skinned? Yes, the chivalrous heroes of various dimensions that had appeared now, although they were all humans and their appearances were almost the same, there were still some subtle differences. For example, the humans from Xiaohan's plane were usually yellow-skinned, black-haired, and black-eyed. But now when Xiaohan saw humans from other planes, there were dark-skinned black people, brown-skinned people, Caucasians. Some of them had azure blue eyes. Some had flaxen hair. The brown-skinned old man, suspected to be at the Tower Lord level, let out a friendly laugh. Ha 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 ha. Hello everyone. Heroes from the various planes. I'm glad to see you here. Ha 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 ha. Although we come from different planes of existence, we have one thing in common. We are all humans. After pausing for a while, the reddish-skinned old man laughed heartily. I've brought my children from my own plane to this space springboard for the teleportation. However, I arrived a day earlier than you. Yes, I and my subordinates arrived yesterday. Now, I'm about to teleport to Jianghu Immortal Emperor's lair with my men. There are some things that I'd like to tell you out of enthusiasm. Oh? The monsters surrounding the space gangplank were all stunned. Following that, a few powerful pagoda lords spoke in unison to the reddish-skinned old man. Friend, what do you want to tell us? The brown-skinned old man smiled. It's nothing important. Just listen to it. The exact coordinates of Jianghu Immortal Emperor's lair are engraved on the space springboard. Using top-grade True Qi Spirit Stones to teleport, the more people teleported, the more top-grade True Qi Spirit Stones would be consumed. The fewer people teleported, the less top-grade True Qi Spirit Stones would be consumed. The teleportation time was 15 days. Ha 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 ha, such a long teleportation is rare. But thinking about it, if one were to rely on their own flying speed, it would take at least 10,000 years to reach Jianghu Immortal Emperor's lair. Now, it's only 15 days. Ha ha. Alright, I suggest that we line up one plane at a time and teleport one by one. Although I reached this space springboard with my men yesterday, it's been a long time. Everyone, don't be anxious. Teleport from plane to plane. There's still time. There's still time. If we all rush up to teleport, it'll be hard to avoid chaos. As soon as he said that, the chivalrous men surrounding the space gangplank all nodded in agreement. Alright, line up for teleportation. The weaker planes will line up at the back, the stronger ones will teleport first. A middle-aged man in iron armor with an aura as deep as the sea let out a rumbling voice. Chapter 459. Ha 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 ha. The reddish-skinned old man laughed amiably and carefreely. It seems that everyone here is a reasonable person. After arriving at the space springboard, we should try not to have any disputes or conflicts, let alone kill each other. After all, there is a formation left by an immortal on this space springboard. The immortal chi here is very dense. If there is any conflict here, it is disrespectful to the immortal. It is blasphemy. Blasphemy to the immortal, that is a grave sin. Moreover, the immortal world has specially sent a message that before entering the genius zone, all planes are not allowed to kill each other. Alright, everyone here is a sensible person, so I won't say much. You can discuss the order of transmission among yourselves. While he was speaking, boom! 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 All of a sudden, the entire space gangplank shot out a series of magnificent and vast light beams. A large portion of the void was dyed in a beautiful, dreamy, and blurry manner. Countless immortal characters and secret talismans surged, evaporated, and soared. The immortal sound burst out. The sound of the great Tao rose and fell, causing people's souls to tremble when they heard it. With a space springboard as the center, the mighty power of space transmission blasted out circles of vortexes. Everyone, I will take my leave first. See you in 15 days. Ha 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 ha. The reddish-skinned old man cupped his hands and quickly returned to the space springboard. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The people on the space springboard disappeared one by one. They were all teleported away. The entire space gangplank was enshrouded in a hazy halo. It trembled. This kind of scene only made Xiao Han feel refreshed. What a powerful teleportation force. It feels as if the world has changed into mulberry fields and the stars have changed. A journey of 10,000 years was shortened to 15 days. This is definitely the means of an immortal. In front of such a mighty space transmission power, not only Xiao Han was shocked, even the countless evil heroes around the space springboard, including every Tower Master level expert, were deeply shocked, and their eyes almost became dull. Less than an hour later, the space transmission power disappeared. The waves calmed down. The space springboard that was originally full of people was now empty. It showed some loneliness and desolation. At this time, a few powerful Tower Masters said in a clear voice. Tower Masters of the various planes, come over. We'll discuss the order of teleportation. Teleport in an orderly manner. Don't mess up. All right, you guys stay here. I'll go discuss with the Tower Masters of the other planes, said the Tower Master solemnly. I hope I can get a better order so that our plane can be teleported to the Genius Zone one step earlier and prepare in advance. With that, the Pagoda Master puffed out his chest and flew towards the other Pagoda Masters from the other planes. Heh! Xiao Han looked at the back of the Pagoda Lord and laughed coldly. What kind of good order can we get from our plane? It's already very good that I'm not ranked last. That's right, the overall strength of our plane is too weak. Xiao Mingqiu also smiled in shame. Then, he stared at Xiao Han. Junior brother Xiao Han, the law of the jungle prevails in this world. The strong survive and the weak die. The weaker planes have no right to speak. For a plane like ours, if we have to queue up to enter the space springboard, we'll be at the bottom. Sigh. This is so frustrating. Junior brother Xiao Han, I'm afraid that the Tower Master will not be able to do much. I hope that you can lead our plane to win back our dignity. Oh. Xiao Han was taken aback. Then he shook his head and laughed. Eldest senior brother, you're exaggerating. After saying that, Xiao Han sat down cross-legged in the void. He glanced around and saw the Tower Masters of the 19 planes gathered together and communicating rapidly. As for the Tower Masters of Xiao Han's plane, they were nodding and bowing, their faces full of smiles. They kept nodding their heads like chicks pecking at rice, their attitude extremely flattering. How boring. Xiao Han shook his head and took out some aged wine from his storage ring, as well as some dried chicken, duck, and fish. He distributed them to Xiao Mingqiu and the rest with a smile. Eldest senior brother, we don't have to rush. It looks like we'll have to queue up for a long time. Let's drink. Let's drink while we wait. All right. Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and a few other evil warriors immediately gathered around. After a short while, the Tower Master of Xiao Han's plane finally returned to his camp. Oh, this. The Tower Master's face was slightly awkward. He hesitated for a long time before stammering. After I discussed with the other Tower Masters, we decided on the order of entering the space springboard. We're not at the bottom. We're at the 15th position. Hua. As soon as he said that, the dozens of chivalrous spirits and the 12 elders all hissed. The 15th position? Yes, they were not at the bottom. They were not the last to enter the space springboard. However, there were only 19 planes in total. To queue up and be the 15th to enter the space springboard was extremely shameful. All right, a moment of failure doesn't mean anything. Who knows, we might be able to gain something in the Genius Zone and launch a counterattack against those powerful planes. Who knows, we might even surpass them. The one who laughs at the end is the real winner. The Tower Master said a bunch of self-comforting words and sat down cross-legged. Everyone, please wait patiently. Soon, the first plane to enter the space springboard was led by a tower master whose entire body was burning with holy flames and whose aura could cause the stars to tremble. The tower master's lineup was at its peak, and they entered the space springboard in a single file. What a powerful plane. It's several times more powerful than the Rome plane. There are more than 100 elders and no less than 20 elders who have opened their heaven eyes. Xiao Han held his breath. Not long after, the teleportation formation engraved on the springboard began to operate. Immortal light splashed everywhere, runes rose, and the entire springboard rumbled. Less than an hour later, everyone in that plane was teleported away. It's our turn. Another big shot whose body was glowing with boundless light stepped forward and led the thousands of fiends under his command toward the space gangplank. Boys, start the teleportation. Go to the genius zone immediately. Just like that, 19 planes lined up and took turns to enter the space springboard. Bursts of huge space teleportation power swept across, and the colorful light took away the evil heroes from each plane. Xiao Han's plane began to wait. TSK. I wonder what it will be like after the teleportation. Xiao Mingqiu stared at the space springboard. We'll see when the time comes. Eldest senior brother, it's almost our turn. Xiao Han shrugged and smiled. Ha, let's drink. It's still early. We're only in the 6th batch. Luo Tianyu raised his cup and smiled. Wait. Finally, after who knew how many hours had passed. It's our turn. Finally, it's our turn. We've waited for so long. We can't wait anymore. Let's go. Let's enter the space springboard too. Ha. Finally, it was Xiao Han's turn to enter the space springboard. Be it the pagoda master, the 12th elder or the evil warriors, they were all excited and their blood was boiling. They rubbed their palms and rushed to the space springboard. Eldest senior brother. Let's go. Xiao Han rubbed his hands and jumped onto the space springboard. Let's go. Xiao Mingqiu and Luo Tianyu stood on the left and right. On the space springboard. It was a meteorite with a length and width of a few hundred miles. The mysterious immortal qi was enshrouding the meteorite. Xiao Han and the others walked on the meteorite. Immortal talismans that looked like mirages swam around them like fish. They looked like they were made of jade, shining brightly and emitting a warm aura. It made everyone feel as if they were soaking in a hot spring. Their limbs and bones felt very comfortable. What pure immortal qi! The pagoda master opened the heavenly eye between his eyebrows and shot out a misty light, sweeping around. The immortal qi lingering on the space springboard is of an extremely high quality. It's much higher than the immortal qi in our world. If we absorb this immortal qi to refine our bodies, then, forget it. How would I dare to absorb the immortal qi here? This immortal qi was left behind by the immortal who set up the teleportation grand array. I guess it's just an ordinary perfected immortal in the immortal world, not an immortal emperor. Then, the genius zone was created by immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, who was ranked 3rd in the history of the immortal world. The quality of the immortal qi here must be much higher than here. I can't imagine. Let's go. Everyone, move forward. Follow me. The teleportation grand array is right in front of us. Let's hurry. Quick. Move faster. The pagoda master led the way. The others followed closely behind. Not long after. Finally, an array with obscure lines and strands of immortal qi appeared in front of everyone. Strands of immortal qi flowed back and forth. Everyone stepped into the array and felt as if they were in a heavenly palace. It was too much for their eyes to take in. How magical! Xiao Han was also secretly amazed. He lowered his head and observed carefully. He also found that the array on the ground had vaguely outlined some universe space coordinates. In the middle of the array, there was a concave array eye. It was filled with the lingering smell of the supreme grade true qi spirit stones after they were burned. Everyone, stand properly. I am now going to put the supreme grade true qi spirit stones into the array eye. The teleportation is about to begin. Stand properly. The pagoda master walked to the array eye, trembling. The 12th elder, Yan Qi, and many other demon warriors were nervous and excited. They were like bridegrooms entering the bridal chamber for the first time and did not know where to place their hands and feet. Master, let's also get close to the array eye. Although Xiao Han's 5 demon warrior slaves were manipulated by Xiao Han and controlled perfectly, they still had their own thoughts and emotions. They were not pure puppets. At this time, they were going to officially go to the Genius Zone. They could not help but be excited. At this time, the Pagoda Master had already begun to take out a large number of supreme-grade True Qi Spirit Stones from his storage ring and put them into the huge concave array eye. Boom, 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 boom. The supreme-grade True Qi Spirit Stones began to burn. The entire space gangplank began to tremble. The Space Grand Array was activated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The power of teleportation rippled like waves, sweeping through everyone's bodies. Continue to put in supreme-grade True Qi Spirit Stones. The Pagoda Master quickly threw the supreme-grade True Qi Spirit Stones he had prepared in advance into the array eye. After a moment, buzz, 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 more than 10 demon warriors disappeared at the same time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Beams of teleportation light shone on Xiao Han's body. In an instant, Xiao Han felt as if there was nothing beneath his feet. His feet had actually disappeared. Soon, his entire lower body disappeared. The teleportation has begun. The Genius Zone, I, Xiao Han, am coming. After a few breaths, Xiao Han's entire body disappeared. Chapter 460. 15191. Type. Fantasy Magic Author. My ugliness reaches the depths of my soul this chapter. 460. Zhu Dao's Lair. 15191. Save. The Tower Master threw the True Qi Spirit Stone into the concave eye of the formation on the space springboard. The raging energy burned and the great teleportation power surged like a tide. The teleportation began. The entire space gangplank began to tremble, radiating waves that caused one's heart to palpitate. All the monsters in Xiao Han's dimension were sucked into the teleportation power and disappeared without a trace. In the end, the Tower Master also disappeared. Genius Zone, I'm coming! The Pagoda Master also roared. Buzz, buzz, buzz. During the teleportation, Xiao Han only felt that his body was as light as a feather. His spirit fluctuation was deeply confined and condensed into a ball in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Furthermore, his line of sight was filled with blurry rays of light. Dazzling formations flew past Xiao Han's body at a rapid speed. Xiao Han's body could not move at all. He could not see the other monsters in his dimension. It was as if he was at the mercy of others. I have to teleport for a full 15 days. I have never done such a long teleportation before. I can't control my whole body. Xiao Han said in his heart. Then, he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. A long teleportation. Regardless of day and night. It was extremely boring, but there was an indescribable excitement. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 15 days later. Boom! A violent jolt caused Xiao Han's entire body to tremble. His vision was dark. Xiao Han even felt the space collapsing. I've arrived? The teleportation power has disappeared. I think the teleportation has ended. I've arrived at Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair. In a trance, Xiao Han heard voices, including the panicked and confused voices of Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the others. After a short while, rumble, 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 the space shook. Then, Xiao Han only felt that his feet were steady, as if he had stepped on solid ground. Xiao Han quickly steadied himself. He squinted his eyes, not daring to open them completely. His line of sight was filled with colorful spots of light. After several hundred breaths of time, the spots of light finally solidified into human figures. Xiao Han spat out a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes wide. He saw that he was surrounded by people. Pagoda Master, the 12th Elder, Yan Qi Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu. There were dozens of heroes. His 5 slaves. Everyone has arrived. Xiao Han heaved a sigh of relief. Then, Xiao Han looked up. In an instant, he was dumbfounded. He was stunned. Dumbfounded. He was petrified. His eyes were filled with people. It was a dense mass of people. This was a huge piece of land. Floating in the vast universe. Stand still. This land. It was hard to tell how big it was, but it stretched out endlessly, as if there was no end to it. Xiao Han roughly estimated that the length and width of this land was definitely more than 10 million miles. Wow! Such a huge piece of land. It's comparable to the territory of most of the powerful empires in our plane. It's too big, too spectacular. Xiao Han sighed in his heart. However, compared to this boundless land, what made him sigh even more was the people. There were so many of them that they looked like ants. Xiao Han swore that he had never seen so many people before. Absolutely not. The endless stretch of land was filled with people. Heads were moving. There was a sea of people. Xiao Han looked as far as his eyes could see. It was all people, and he could not see the end. Brown-skinned people, black people, yellow-skinned people, white people, people wearing light armor, people wearing cloaks, people wearing battle armor, men, women, youths, middle-aged people, old people. How many people were there? Tens of millions? 100 million? Xiao Han could not imagine. Just the sight of so many people made his scalp go numb. His heart was instinctively filled with fear and panic. A person in such a crowd was like a foam in the ocean. It was too insignificant. So many people. I can't count. Xiao Mingqiu instinctively lowered his voice. His voice was trembling, and his legs were trembling. He slowly approached Xiao Han. His forehead was full of cold sweat. Junior brother Xiao Han. I have never seen so many people gathered together in my life. I'm afraid there are close to 100 million people. It's several times more than what we imagined. It's too terrifying. With so many people, if each of them blew a breath, a planet would explode. Xiao Mingqiu was not the only one who was scared silly. Even Xiao Han, who had unparalleled soul power, felt uncertain and very depressed. Eldest senior brother. There are so many people. Among them, there are many half-immortals with Immortal Eye Realm and Heaven Eye Realm. The aura is too terrifying. Now, I suspect that if a few ordinary immortals came here, they would be drowned by the people here. With so many people, we can kill immortals. We can definitely kill immortals. These people are the elites of countless ordinary planes. There are so many pagoda masters. We can definitely kill immortals. Even ants can bite an elephant to death. Xiao Mingqiu said in deep thought. Sure. The pagoda master shrunk back and turned around. He put his right middle finger on his lips and made a shushing gesture, indicating Xiao Han to keep his voice down. Boom, 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 boom. There were already quite a lot of people on this continent, but there was still an endless stream of people being teleported here from all over the place. The people standing on the continent spontaneously divided themselves into groups according to their planes. The barriers were clear and distinct, one by one. They didn't dare to speak loudly. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They were all well behaved and stood where they were, not moving an inch. No plane, no matter how powerful it was, would dare to disturb another plane in this extremely oppressive atmosphere. This was also why each plane was able to live in peace with each other. It took a while to adapt. Only then did Xiao Han get used to the heavy atmosphere. Then he looked left and right. In this place, Xiao Han's spiritual force was suppressed. His spiritual force, which could normally cover millions of miles, was now tightly confined in a small area, unable to be released. Because there were too many people, and each of their auras was not weak. All kinds of auras were gathered together. So, once Xiao Han released his spiritual force, it was like hitting an iron plate, unable to dilute or penetrate it. Xiao Han observed inch by inch. There were countless people of all shapes and sizes, and there were all kinds of people. Some people emitted an aura that was like the arrival of the god of death. Some people emitted a thick bloody aura, causing people to involuntarily feel fear. Some people's willpower could definitely cause the opponent's soul to collapse instantly. Some people's aura was full of killing intent. Some people's aura was even more violent than the space storm. After looking for a while, Xiao Han's head was already swollen. He didn't dare to look for too long. Then, he looked away and looked outside this vast continent. Xiao Han looked around. In the distant starry sky, there were countless small stars, planets, and ordinary planets without life. However, in front of him, extremely far away, there was a pure black planet floating in the air. This black planet seemed to be sealed by some kind of restriction. Therefore, People couldn't see its interior. They could only see a deep darkness. It was like an abyss. However, they could still vaguely feel that there was a subtle immortal chi radiating from the inside of the black planet. When they looked closely, it gave people an illusion that there was something mysterious and unimaginable inside the black planet. Eldest senior brother, look, that huge black planet in front of us. Xiao Han couldn't help but whisper to Xiao Ming-chu. I sensed that the interior of the black planet gave off the scent of a mystical kingdom. However, the entire black planet was sealed, making it impossible for anyone to see its full appearance. However, I had a feeling that there must be treasures inside the black planet. Yes, I also have the same feeling. Could it be that that is the genius zone? Xiao Ming-chu also looked at the black planet in shock. We can't say that the black planet is just the genius zone. At this moment, an elder who was standing not far away from Xiao Han walked a few steps forward and said in a low voice. If I'm not wrong, that place is the old nest of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. It's so big. Too big. The area of this old nest is not smaller than our plane. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao is really powerful and supreme. This is just one of the places where he stored his treasures in the lower realm. It's like a warehouse. Just the size of a warehouse is comparable to our plane. Just thinking about it makes me feel terrified. Our mental strength is not enough to penetrate through the restriction of the black planet. Therefore, we can only feel a trace of extremely weak immortal chi seeping out from the inside of the black planet. If an immortal were to observe it, he would be able to roughly see the bright civilization inside the black planet and the endless aura of immortal treasures. According to the description of the immortal world, the old nest of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao has piles of immortal pills, immortal weapons, and immortal techniques. His wealth is immeasurable. Seriously speaking, the Genius Zone is just a small part of the old nest of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. The Genius Zone is the outermost layer of this black planet. It's not the core. There's no definite information about how many layers there are in the old nest of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Maybe it's the 5th layer, the 6th layer, or the 7th layer. The only thing we can be sure of is that the deeper it is, the richer the treasures and the higher the quality. The outermost layer of the Genius Zone has fewer treasures and the quality is also lower. Of course, even so, it's still an extremely terrifying resource for us in the mortal world. A few immortal pills can change the fate of the entire plane. Every layer of the old nest of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao has its own rules and restrictions. Immortals are not allowed to enter the outermost layer of the Genius Zone. People over 10,000 years old are not allowed to enter. The elder started to introduce the place without stopping. At last, the elder said again. Everyone, please wait patiently. In about 7 days, the Genius Zone will be opened. The moment the Genius Zone opens, it will be a glorious moment. Yes, this is the lair of the 3rd-ranked immortal emperor in the history of the immortal world. Just entering it once will not be a waste of your life. It's a pity that our age does not meet the requirements to enter the Genius Zone. Another elder said with a face full of pity. Phew, big senior brother, there are still 7 days left. Let's sit down and wait. Xiao Han sat down cross-legged. There were so many people, and there were countless experts among them. Xiao Han's mental state became very tired after looking at them for a long time. Therefore, Xiao Han stopped observing and sat down to adjust his state of life and mental state. Chapter 461. A huge continent that was comparable to the territory of the most powerful empire of any plane was floating in the vast universe. More than 100 million human clan Taoists were clearly divided. They formed their own camps and lined up on this continent, waiting. They were looking forward to the opening of the Genius Zone. There was a black planet right in front of this continent. Inside this black planet, there would occasionally be supreme immortal chi leaking out. This was the treasure of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. The first layer of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair, the Genius Zone, would be opened in 7 days. Most of the Taoists were sitting cross-legged now. They were extremely nervous and anxious, but they did not dare to make any noise. They could only wait patiently. However, the Taoists from the same plane would talk to each other in a low voice. The scene was too quiet and deathly still. Now, Xiao Han's depressed and suffocating state of mind had finally calmed down. The liquid spiritual 4-star in his sea of consciousness was slightly opened and secreted a cool stream, watering Xiao Han's pores, blood and skin, making Xiao Han's spirit clear. Junior brother Xiao Han, let's close our eyes and take a nap. The atmosphere is too depressing. It makes one's spirit uncomfortable. It's very exhausting. Let's take a rest. Anyway, there are still 7 days before the Genius Zone opens. It's useless for us to stare at it now. Xiao Mingchu subconsciously yawned and said to Xiao Han in a low voice. Okay. Xiao Han nodded and closed his eyes. Soon, Xiao Han heard it. Faint snoring sounds could be heard from all directions. It seemed that it was not only the chivalrous heroes from Xiao Han's plane who chose to take a nap. Most of the chivalrous heroes from other planes also had their eyelids heavy and were unconsciously immersed in dreamland. Xiao Han's mental strength was strong, so he did not fall asleep. While he closed his eyes to rest, his mind was spinning. The Genius Zone. It's about to open. In the history of the immortal world, the third-ranked immortal emperor, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, left behind treasures in this world. It was said that it was the accumulation of his entire life. This immortal emperor Zhu Dao. He was known as the immortal emperor of the entire immortal world. He was the immortal emperor with the most treasures. Compared to the first and second-ranked immortal emperors, the temptation was indeed huge. No wonder countless planes were gathering their elites and were led by the pagoda master. Coming out in full force. Let's not guess if this immortal emperor Zhu Dao has fallen. Is immortal emperor Zhu Dao stronger than the demon god in my heart? If he fought with the demon god, who would win? I encountered a mysterious immortal on the way back from the mission of sneaking into the demon metropolis to assassinate Yan Lang. Who is he? Was he an immortal emperor? Although the demon egg in my heart has been sealed by the myriad immortal grand formation and many immortal talismans, there will still be a day when it breaks out of its cocoon. Once the demon god merges its soul with the invincible cosmic beast, it will become an invincible evil creature that can dominate the myriad of worlds. I must improve my combat strength as soon as possible and cultivate my saber intent to perfection. Only then will I be able to save myself. As soon as he calmed down, Xiao Han's mind was in a mess, as all sorts of thoughts filled his mind. Xiao Han understood that he had already fallen into a situation that was beyond redemption. In the heart, there was the most terrifying evil spirit in the universe, which could be brewing and exploding at any time. Genius Zone. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes and looked at the black planet. I, Xiao Han of course, covet the treasure of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. This is related to whether I, Xiao Han, can survive. There are so many geniuses competing with me, Xiao Han, but in order to survive, I, Xiao Han, will not hesitate to fight. I am not afraid of any competitors. A strong belief slowly rose from Xiao Han's heart. Time seemed to be stretched. Every day seemed to be very long. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 7 days of waiting seemed to be particularly anxious. Every chivalrous swordsman on the platform now deeply understood the essence of passing a day like a year. However, no matter how hard it was to wait, time would still pass inadvertently. Finally, 7 days passed. The auspicious day for the opening of the Genius Zone had arrived. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, there was a faint glimmer of light on the black planet. Ah! There's movement. Finally, there's movement. It's the location of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair. It's reflecting light. Yes, there seems to be a huge change brewing inside the black planet. It's opening. It's about to open. After waiting for so many days, I feel like I'm sitting on pins and needles. It's finally here. It's not easy. What a grand occasion. This is an unprecedented grand occasion. An almost invincible immortal emperor secretly left his lair in the mortal world. It's going to unveil its mysterious veil in front of us. So excited. This seat's soul is trembling. In an instant, the demon warriors who were sitting, lying, or crouching all jumped up from the ground. All of them, regardless of whether they were at the Tower Master level, the Elder level, or the Demon Warrior level, focused their eyes and stared at the location of the black planet without blinking. They did not even dare to blink. They were afraid of missing any details. Everyone was witnessing a great miracle at the same time. At this moment, some people were completely holding their breath. Some people's faces were flushed. Some people used their hands to press on their hearts, trying their best to keep it stable. Some people were so nervous that they could not stand steadily and needed the support of their companions. They went through all the hardships and did not hesitate to do the most terrifying roaming and shuttling in the universe. They risked their lives to come here. Now, the moment of unveiling was coming. Xiao Han was also extremely nervous. He kept sticking out his tongue and licking his dry and dehydrated lips. He clenched his fists and stared at the black planet without blinking. All eyes were on him. Time seemed to freeze. At this moment, buzz. Suddenly the black planet moved. Then, buzz buzz, the black planet. It seemed to move twice. Then, 3 times. 4 times. 5 times. The black planet continued to move rhythmically, and the frequency was getting faster and faster. And every time it moved, it would affect the hearts of billions of people. Every time it moved, the demon warriors' hearts would twitch. Puff, 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 puff. The black planet expanded and shrank crazily, and the frequency of the rhythm became faster and faster. With the black planet as the center, sound waves were emitted in all directions. In an instant, the universe's earth was rolling under the sound waves. The air was shaking under the sound waves. Flames emerged from inside the black planet. Cold air was also wantonly ejected from inside the black planet, blue heavenly fire. Weeping gold cold air. They were all drifting everywhere. At this moment, the originally quiet universe seemed to have become a world like the abyss of hell. The continent where many demon warriors were located began to tremble. Every demon warrior on it. They were all panicking. But none of them dared to act rashly. He continued to stare at the black planet without blinking. The next moment, boom! Finally! A layer of restriction on the surface of the black planet seemed to have broken. Light shone brightly, and there were destructive waves everywhere. This formation was like thousands of immortals attacking together. Their power and momentum were simply overwhelming the universe, swallowing the Milky Way, blowing up the planet, and leaving dust everywhere. The sound of the planet's disintegration was endless. In an instant, countless explosions were triggered from the surface of the black planet. Layers of beautiful multicolored light bloomed like flowers. However, although these multicolored lights looked gorgeous and beautiful, they were extremely powerful. Even the space crystal wall was crushed. This was simply the divine light of the immortal path, which could only be released by immortals. Then, crack, 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 the surface of the black planet began to crack. Some inexplicable substances began to fall off. Then, an unparalleled radiance appeared. The substances that fell off the surface of the black planet were crushed into nothingness by the multicolored light as soon as they fell off. Gradually, the surface of the black planet was no longer dark, but a small world of light appeared. A mysterious space-time. In it, there were many magical treasures, endless elixirs, mountains of ores, several Taoist books, and even powerful energy and the true meaning of the immortal path left behind by immortals. After the black restriction fell off, a world that looked like a fairyland was revealed. All the heroes could see that in this independent world, the sky was so blue, the clouds were as soft as silk, and the water was so clear that they could see the lines on the pebbles at the bottom of the water. All kinds of ancient trees from the immortal world were thousands of meters tall, and their roots were like dragons. All of them were mottled with the traces of time. In this world, there were many immortal palaces, heavenly palaces, and the embryonic form of the halls of heaven. There were countless halls, and numerous magnificent pillars that towered into the sky. There were layers upon layers of doors, just like an ancient maze. This world was as beautiful as a painting. It was truly mesmerizing. Moreover, it gave people an extremely dreamy, unreal, and unattainable feeling. It's open. The genius zone is open. The immortal world. After the restriction on the surface of the black planet peeled off, the immortal world appeared inside. So beautiful. So spectacular. This is the genius zone? The surface of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair? It's indescribable. It's vast and indescribable. So many treasures. Oh my God. I see so many treasures. Immortal pills. Immortal qi. Such pure and elegant immortal qi. Just a little bit of it to nourish the body will bring endless benefits. Ah, to be able to enter the genius zone, even if it's just for a day, no, half a day, or even an hour, my life will not be in vain. In other words, Our genius heroes below 10,000 years old can directly enter the genius zone and pick up treasures. Oh my god! This genius zone is only on the surface, and it's already so magical and dazzling. What will happen if we go deep into the core? No, the core is not something we can get our hands on. No. I'm not being delusional. I just want to get a little benefit from the genius zone. As long as it's something as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, I'll be satisfied. The mission of us mortals is to help the immortals in the upper realm to open up the genius zone. The core is the goal of the immortals. On this continent, the sounds of dreams, exclamations, and screams rang out one after another. So this is what the genius zone looks like. Could this be the legendary immortal world? It's about time. This is probably what the immortal world looks like. It's so great. Xiao Han's eyes were filled with dreamy colors. The genius zone is finally open. Xiao Mingchu's voice trembled and choked with emotion. To be continued. Chapter 462. Under everyone's gaze. The genius zone was finally open. However, none of the chivalrous heroes standing on that continent dared to move. No one dared to be the first to fly towards the genius zone. Each and every one of them stood there like a wooden statue. Their brains were filled with excitement, yet they were also inexplicably terrified. Everyone's blood was surging like a tide. At this moment, good. I believe that with the opening of the lair I left behind in the mortal world, there will be a large number of mortals attempting to enter and explore. A series of laughter came from inside that planet. This laughter was very spacious and sounded very indifferent. However, it contained a supreme and invincible aura. It contained the will of an immortal emperor. It caused the entire starry sky to tremble and sway. The sovereign descends to the world. In the 10 heavens and 9 earths, I am the only one. Under the influence of this voice, all mortals were insignificant. It caused countless chivalrous heroes standing on the continent, including the Tower Masters, to feel uneasy. They could only submit and worship it. Their bones were twitching. In an instant, everyone quieted down. Then, boom, 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 most of the chivalrous heroes present knelt down. Just the voice of an immortal emperor was enough to make mortals kneel down. Suddenly, Xiao Han was also shocked by this mysterious and invincible aura. He was so shocked that his knees buckled. He was about to kneel down. However, the spiritual power planet in his sea of consciousness trembled. Gentle spiritual power flowed out like a spring and spread to Xiao Han's limbs and bones. The pressure on Xiao Han was relieved and he did not kneel down in the end. Xiao Han glanced around with the corner of his eyes. He found that not only Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, Yan Qi, and the other chivalrous heroes had already knelt down with pale faces. Even the 12 elders and the Tower Masters had knelt down at this moment. In order not to appear too abrupt, Xiao Han also remained calm. He pretended to half squat and kneel down. Soon, more than 100 million chivalrous heroes gradually knelt down. All of them were as silent as cicadas in winter. Their eyes naturally emitted an attitude of reverence. The scene was dead silent. This emperor's lair opens once every 3,000 years. Yes, I'm not in the lair right now. What you're hearing is a voice message that I left behind before. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao is not in his lair. Could it be that he has fallen? Xiao Han pondered. The voice you are hearing is the first set of voices that I left behind. If this voice still exists and hasn't dissipated, that means that no one has been able to enter the first level of my lair, the Genius Zone. Once someone successfully enters the Genius Zone, this set of voices will automatically disappear. Say, I wonder if the geniuses from the various ordinary planes will be able to meet the requirements to enter the Genius Zone of the first layer of my lair this time. And I have set up a restriction in the Genius Zone. Immortals are not allowed to enter. Once they do, they will be killed immediately. Mortals over 10,000 years old are not allowed to enter either. They will die if they do. This seat has always been kind to others. Therefore, the requirements to enter the Genius Zone are not harsh. On the contrary, it's very simple. As long as they are below 10,000 years old and are mortals, they can come in and try their luck. However, This seat has to remind one thing. If your cultivation base is weak, you will overestimate yourself and enter the genius zone. It will be very easy for you to die. Of course, if your cultivation base is weak, you can also try your luck and enter the genius zone. But if you die, don't blame this seat for not reminding you beforehand. Ha ha. This immortal Emperor Zhu Dao seems to be a bit unreasonable. Xiao Han instinctively felt it. Continue. This seat's lair is divided into 4 layers. The genius zone is only the first layer. In the 4th layer, there are some treasures that are unique in the heavens and earth. They are even rare in the immortal world. Ha ha ha. This seat has liked to collect treasure since young. My wealth is comparable to a country. It's not exaggerating to say that this seat's treasures are probably equal to the resources and treasures of the entire immortal world. In fact, the quantity and quality of my treasures are slightly higher than the treasures of the entire immortal world. Ha 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 ha. Mortals, are you very excited to hear this news? Very excited? Ha 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 ha. Just the treasures of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao alone are comparable to the treasures of the entire immortal world? Xiao Han's heart trembled when he heard this. Terrifying. This is really too terrifying. No wonder countless immortals in the immortal world coveted this lair of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. They did not hesitate to spend energy and resources to build so many space springboards for us mortals to use. Xiao Han's heart trembled. The genius zone is the outermost layer of my lair. The treasures placed there are indeed not worth mentioning in the immortal world. There are some immortal pills, immortal equipment, ordinary offensive immortal treasures, defensive immortal treasures. Oh right, there are also a few immortal treasures with special functions. As for low-level immortal techniques and secret manuals, there are also a few thousand of them. The more precious treasures, immortal pills and immortal chi are placed in the 2nd, 3rd and 4th layer. However, no one, including other immortal emperors, can directly enter the 2nd, 3rd and 4th layer of my lair. It can be said that the genius zone is the key to the 2nd layer. The 2nd layer is the key to the 3rd layer. The 3rd layer is the key to the 4th layer. Layer by layer. Step by step. Furthermore, each level has its own special restrictions. I won't reveal the restrictions of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th levels for now. Wait until you open the genius zone first. What is certain is that the death rate in the genius zone is also very high. Mortals who enter the genius zone. You must be mentally prepared beforehand. No matter how monstrous you are, as long as you dare to enter, there is a possibility that you will die. If you are afraid of death, then don't enter as soon as possible. After a long time, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice suddenly became a little lonely. Why did I divide my lair into 4 layers? Why do I have to set all kinds of restrictions? Heh. Sigh, thinking back to my past. I've roamed the immortal world unhindered for my entire life. I've always been arrogant and unruly. But now, according to my personality, I won't easily hand over all the treasures I've accumulated my entire life to someone else. I'll definitely set up some barriers. Those who are capable will take it. On one hand, I want to manipulate you. To treat you as chess pieces. To obtain my treasures. It is not that easy. However, in terms of the quality of the treasures, there's nothing wrong with you guys being my puppets and chess pieces for a while. You will also be willing. You can't wait to be manipulated by me. On the other hand, sigh, I have been a loner all my life. I have no heirs or descendants. I don't even have a disciple. I have been lonely all my life. Although I am an immortal emperor, in the end, I am also lonely all my life. Lonely. In the end, I found out that I am so lonely. Compared to the common people in the secular world, I am still lacking. What a pity. My mantle doesn't have a successor. Therefore, the first layer of my lair, the genius zone, is prepared for the geniuses of ordinary planes who are under 10,000 years old. This is a test. My wish is to choose one of you geniuses from the secular world to inherit my legacy. Inherit my invincible saber Dao. There can only be one successor to the legacy. At the core of the 4th layer, there is my orthodoxy. You geniuses, whoever can walk to the end, break through the checkpoints one by one, and finally enter the 4th layer, will be able to obtain my orthodoxy. From then on, you will soar to the sky, move unhindered in the immortal world, demon world, and dominate the universe. The fourth layer has Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's orthodoxy. Whoever can obtain it will directly inherit Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's position in the immortal world. For a moment, all the geniuses on the continent felt their blood boiling and completely ignited. A chance for a carp to jump over the Dragon Gate. It was definitely a chance for a carp to jump over the Dragon Gate. However, there could only be one successor to his legacy. Yes, there can only be one successor to the legacy. However, the others don't have to worry. Even if they can't inherit my legacy, as long as they are talented, skillful, and lucky, they can still obtain other treasures. Immortal pills and immortal chi are endless, all kinds of magical treasures are endless, and there is also the chance for immortal chi and immortal technique to be enlightened. In short, there are a lot of benefits. It depends on whether you have the ability to take them. If you have the ability, you can have as many treasures as you want. There is no lack of treasures. Anyway, these treasures are useless to me. I'll just give them to you guys. You guys are really lucky. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao should be the most powerful saber user in the immortal world. If I can obtain his orthodoxy and inherit his Dao of Saber, my saber intent will definitely reach the godly level. Then, I'll be able to kill my inner demon and the soul of the demon god inside the demon egg. Xiao Han's heart was also burning with excitement. If I can activate my life saber chi and kill it before the demon god inside the demon egg fuses perfectly with the terrifying cosmic beast, then I, Xiao Han, will be able to escape and come back to life. Good. Opportunity. An opportunity that can save my life. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with determination. For my life, I'll risk it all. I want to obtain Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's orthodoxy. I don't care about the other treasures. I want to pass through the 4 levels and obtain Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's inheritance and become his only disciple. Alright, I'm done with the simple rules. Now, those who meet the requirements can enter the Genius Zone. After entering the Genius Zone, there are other rules. At that time, I'll send a voice transmission to let those who enter know. Let's begin. The Genius Zone will close in 3 days. Hurry up and line up to enter. Finally, I'll remind you of a few points. Immortals and mortals above 10,000 years old, don't challenge my rules. Don't try to take advantage of the situation and teleport into the Genius Zone. That's courting death. Demon race? Yes, if any demon race wants to sneak in, they'll also be courting death. Once the demon race enters the Genius Zone, their demon power will be restricted. Those who are of the appropriate age must be silent when entering the Genius Zone. Fighting and quarreling are not allowed. That's blasphemy against me. Those who violate the rules will be obliterated. Alright, enter. 3 days later, the Genius Zone will close. You can no longer enter. Hurry up. Enter. 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 To be continued. Chapter 463. After Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao finished announcing the basic rules of the Genius Zone. Finally, the Genius Zone was completely open to the evil heroes of the right age who came to the continent. Now, all the evil heroes of the right age could fly into the Genius Zone. The first treasure hunt in Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair had officially begun. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice became silent and disappeared without a trace. The peerless pressure of the Immortal Emperor also disappeared, causing the evil heroes on the continent to stand up from their kneeling position. Each of them breathed out a mouthful of foul air, but they still had lingering fears. They did not doubt that the voice just now could destroy their divine souls with a flick of a finger. Soon, the tower masters of the various planes on the continent began to make emergency arrangements. A strange evil man wearing a black cloak with a strange bat embroidered on it looked at the hundreds of evil heroes under his command. His eyes were burning with passion as he let out a strange laugh. Children, enter the Genius Zone. Take back the immortal treasures. Yes, Tower Master. We will take the treasures in the Genius Zone. Tower Master, please wait for our good news. Hundreds of powerful evil heroes shouted in unison. All of them felt their blood boiling. Then, they controlled their true chi and flew towards the surface of the Black Planet, towards the Genius Zone that was as bright as the immortal world. A man in crimson battle armor appeared. His eyes were closed, and lightning seemed to shoot out from them. There was a faint red mark between his eyebrows, and his entire body was filled with an aura of immortality. The corners of his mouth curled up, and his fingers gently moved. The surrounding space began to ripple and even cracks appeared occasionally. It's open. The genius zone is finally open. Good, very good. Endless immortal pills for all to pick up. Moreover, the fourth level of the genius zone also contains the legacy of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Children, let's attack. Break through the genius zone. Break through the levels one by one. I hope that the legacy of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao will fall into the hands of the geniuses of our plane. Let's go! Thousands of evil heroes burst out with thunderous roars. Then, they rode the clouds and flew into the genius zone. It was a bald giant shrouded in purple flames. His aura was like that of a god. Above his head, there was a mysterious pattern of the universe. He roared. All of you, go to the genius zone. I don't have too many requirements for you. As for the second and third members of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair, I don't have many requirements for you. Fourth floor. I won't covet it anymore. However, you must obtain enough treasures from the genius zone. Otherwise, bring your head out to see me. Roar! Yes. Pagoda Master. The pagoda masters of every plane were encouraging their subordinates, causing their blood to boil with excitement. Disregarding life and death, he resolutely entered the genius zone. In fact, every single celestial pill and strand of celestial chi in the genius zone was extremely precious. They were all priceless treasures that could not be bred in the secular world. Therefore, almost without encouragement, the chivalrous swordsmen moved forward bravely, swearing to break into the genius zone even at the cost of their lives. At a time like this, almost no chivalrous hero would retreat. Even if he were to die, he would still charge forward. The fiendish heroes transformed into beams of true chi and charged into the genius zone. At a glance, they were like a swarm of locusts. They were densely packed. It was a ghastly sight. And in Xiao Han's plane, the pagoda master and the 12 elders were also making their final mobilization. Including Xiao Han, there were 76 people in this plane who met the conditions to enter the genius zone. Including Xiao Han's 5 slaves, there were 81 people. I won't say any more nonsense. The pagoda master's voice was completely distorted and hoarse. The rise and fall of this plane, the future development of this plane, all depends on you. Our plane is too weak. Bullied by others. The pagoda master's voice was completely choked. His eyes were red, and he was about to cry. I'm counting on you. Bring back celestial pills and celestial chi from the genius zone. All kinds of magic treasures. Although only a few dozen of you entered our plane, but I believe that you can create miracles. Please. Finally, the pagoda master cried. Many chivalrous heroes were deeply moved, and they all made vows. Pagoda master, don't worry. Even if we die, we will still get the treasures. Pagoda master, it's time for us to serve the plane. No one wants to be an ant. Fight. Fight with this life. Die without regrets. Pagoda master, don't worry and wait. Maybe we can really create a miracle? Che! Xiao Han sneered disapprovingly. This pagoda master is playing the emotional card at this time. Really? What an idiot. Bewitching people's hearts, making us risk our lives to search for treasures while he sits and enjoys the fruits of others' labor. Suddenly, the pagoda master looked at Xiao Han with tears in his eyes. Xiao Han. In fact, in our plane, you are the most competitive. You are the most monstrous, the most heaven-defying. You single-handedly annihilated all the elites of the Narong plane. Moreover, you even have an immortal artifact that can increase one's spiritual force. I'm the most optimistic about you. It's no exaggeration to say that you are the hope of our entire plane, Xiao Han. Xiao Han, for the plane, for your future, you must work hard. I am optimistic about you. Defeat all the competitors from other planes and stand out. Heh, I hope so. Xiao Han smiled coldly. All right, everyone, make your final preparations. After that, let's go. Enter the genius zone as soon as possible, the pagoda master urged. Then, the dozens of fiends from Xiao Han's dimension quickly gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and started whispering to each other. Eldest senior brother, big brother Luo, let's fly in together. If we encounter any danger, I'll take you into the Despair Demon compound. However, the voice message left behind by Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao said that the demonic power of the demon race would be restricted in the Genius Zone. Although I'm not a monster, but my left arm, on the other hand, has refined the demon god's palm, and its demonic power is surging. At that time, I wonder if I can still unleash various demonic techniques. How about this? Eldest senior brother, why don't you guys enter the Despair Demon compound in my left arm now? Junior brother Xiao Han this. Xiao Mingchu's eyes widened. A ray of light flashed across his eyes as he said resolutely, forget it. Junior brother Xiao Han, if your demonic technique is restricted in the Genius Zone, then once we are teleported into the Despair Demon compound, I'm afraid we won't be able to come out. I also want to personally go to the Genius Zone to take a look and try my luck with Immortal Fate. It's dangerous, but if I miss this opportunity, I'll definitely die. He would regret it for the rest of his life. It's fine. I've decided to give it a try. I won't rely on junior brother Xiao Han's demonic technique anymore. Even if I'm killed by the geniuses from other planes, I'll die without regrets. After a pause, Xiao Mingchu smiled. Junior brother Xiao Han, don't worry too much about me. Maybe I'll have great luck. Not only will I not die, but I'll also gain something? Ha ha ha, that's hard to say, right? Luo Tianyu also laughed heartily. Yes, little brother Xiao Han. I'll also risk it. Riches are found in danger. This time, I'll go deep into the tiger's den. I'll also stake it all on one throw. Hearing this, Xiao Han immediately nodded. All right, eldest senior brother, big brother Luo, let's teleport in together. When the time comes, we'll have companions and we can take care of each other. All right. Xiao Mingchu and Luo Tianyu both nodded. At the same time, there were some other geniuses at the side. When they heard this, they all moved closer to Xiao Han. Xiao Han, let's go together. These geniuses all knew how powerful Xiao Han was, so they also wanted to seek some protection. Even Yan Qi, who had fallen out with Xiao Han, shamelessly moved closer with a flattering smile. Xiao Han did not say much. He looked at his 5 slaves and asked, what about you guys? Master, we'd like to try our luck as well. The 5 slaves were not afraid. All right. Everyone, let's go in together. Xiao Han's spirits lifted as he looked towards the Genius Zone. At this moment, the crowd was like a tide, surging towards the Genius Zone. Let's go. Let's go in. Xiao Han suddenly rose into the air. Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and the other geniuses immediately activated their true qi and followed beside Xiao Han. Go in! Xiao Han's true qi surged out of his body, and his entire body shot into the Genius Zone like an arrow released from a bow. Xiao Mingchu and the others followed closely behind. In a few flashes, Xiao Han and the others entered the Genius Zone. We're finally in. Our people are finally in. The pagoda master seemed to be sleep-talking. He clasped his hands together and prayed silently. I don't ask for anything else. Even if it's a pot of immortal pills and a few immortal weapons, I'll be satisfied. Even if all the geniuses from our realm are annihilated, it'll be worth it if they can bring back some treasures. At this moment, Xiao Han. He flew into the dazzling light. He flew into the Genius Zone that was like a celestial realm. Boom! His feet were steady. His vision was filled with strange and dazzling lights. Countless twisted rays of light crisscrossed. Huff! Xiao Han shook his head forcefully and paused for dozens of breaths before his blurry vision returned to normal. When Xiao Han opened his eyes, he subconsciously called out. Eldest senior brother, brother Luo, you guys. Huh? Unexpectedly, when Xiao Han opened his eyes, there was no one around him. Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, Yan Qi, and his 5 slaves were all gone. Not only was there no news of the geniuses from this realm, but there was also no sign of any geniuses from other realms. Not only was there no news from the chivalrous bird in this dimension, there was not even a shadow in the surroundings. There was not a single chivalrous bird in the other dimensions. Are you serious? Xiao Han was stunned. Countless geniuses were teleported here. There are at least tens of millions of them. They were teleported here like a swarm of bees. How come? There's not even a ghost around me. Immediately after, Xiao Han calmed himself down a little and started looking around. Xiao Han found that the place he was in was extremely elegant. There was a warm fragrance in the air, and there was a faint immortal aura in all directions. There were green hills and clear waters, torrential streams, fallen leaves dancing in the air, small bridges, and flowing water. The sky was blue, and the clouds were like silk. It was a completely otherworldly scene. However, it was a little too quiet. It seems that I've entered the genius zone. Xiao Han's eyes flickered. But what should I do now? Look for treasures? Look for immortal pills and various immortal weapons? Chapter 464. Xiao Han was finally teleported to the genius zone. However, after entering, other than being attracted by the ethereal charm and beautiful scenery of the genius zone, the rest was full of doubts. Xiao Han's side was empty. Not only Xiao Mingqiu and the others were nowhere to be seen, but there was also no news of the other heroes from other planes. The atmosphere was mysterious and strange. Xiao Han was stunned for more than 10 breaths. Then, he subconsciously stepped forward. He wanted to go around a green mountain and walk further away to take a look. At this moment, ha 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 ha, a supreme and invincible voice echoed in Xiao Han's ears, causing his entire body to tremble violently. It's Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice. Xiao Han stopped. Heroes who have just entered the genius zone don't act rashly. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was extremely indifferent. Ha ha ha. Welcome to the genius zone, this emperor's lair. I'm sure all of you must have gone through a lot of trouble to be able to enter. Ha 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 ha, but it doesn't matter. This emperor will repay all of you. Alright, from now on, you are all my pawns. Ha 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 ha. Although he was laughing, there was no trace of joy in his voice. Now, I will announce the rules for entering for the first time. Every chivalrous hero will receive this message from me when they enter for the first time. Listen carefully. Rules for entering for the first time. Xiao Han stopped moving and held his breath. He listened attentively, afraid that he would miss out on any details. Entering the genius zone for the first time, you must be very confused. Ha ha ha. And now, you can't see your companions around you, and you can't release your spirit power to scan. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice finally contained a trace of playfulness. At the same time, Xiao Han tried to circulate his spirit power and release a spirit wave. Shockingly. What? As soon as the spirit wave was released, there was no news at all. I can't sense the surrounding environment at all. Scanning and surveying. This is strange. My spirit wave is able to scan an area of millions of miles. Why is it restricted here? Xiao Han was shocked. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. In fact, you are in the restriction set by me. To put it simply, this restriction is like a maze, so you can't sense the other demons around you. His mental power had also failed. However, this was only temporary. 3 days later, the restriction would automatically disappear. At that time, everything would return to normal. You can see other chivalrous heroes who have entered the genius zone. They can also release their mental strength and activate their true chi to fly. It's no different from the outside world. Just wait. He would patiently wait here for 3 days. The immortal chi around you is of very low quality. It doesn't have the effect of refining your body. However, after it seeps into your skin, pores, and internal organs, it can replenish your nutrients. You won't feel hungry or thirsty even if you don't drink or eat. Alright, let's wait for 3 days. In 3 days, I'm sure all of the fiends who want a share of the pain will be teleported in. When the time comes, I'll close the genius zone, and the adventure and test will officially begin. 3 days later, I will send you a voice transmission again. And let's meet again in 3 days. Finally, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice disappeared. Oh, so it's the maze restriction. Xiao Han finally understood. Wait for 3 days? That's right. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao said before that the genius zone will be closed after 3 days. He wanted to wait for all the fiends to be teleported in without missing a single one. 3 days is enough for the fiends to be teleported into the genius zone. Xiao Han stopped at the same place for a moment and then wandered around. As expected, Xiao Han found that the area he was in was indeed restricted. There were green mountains and clear waters, birds chirping, and flowers fragrant. He wandered around, but he couldn't get out. Forget it. I'll rest here for 3 days. Xiao Han sat cross-legged. He looked inside with his mental strength. At this time, Xiao Han found that the demonic force in his left demon sovereign's palm was sealed by an inexplicable energy. The demon emperor's palm is almost completely sealed. Xiao Han felt a slight chill down his spine. If I lose my powerful demonic techniques, then I can only rely on my mental strength and saber intent. My true Qi realm and the strength of my physical body are completely useless in the battle against the countless monsters from the other planes. Xiao Han felt a chill run down his spine. Although Xiao Han already knew that his demonic force would be restricted before he entered the genius zone, he didn't expect it to be so severe. Xiao Han was slightly panicked. He took a few deep breaths and tried to adjust his condition. Then, Xiao Han looked inside at the demon egg that was sealed by the 10,000 Immortal Grand Formation. Strangely, the demon egg's aura and life force did not seem to be restricted in the genius zone. If Xiao Han released the 10,000 Immortal Grand Formation, the violent demonic qi would definitely burst out, causing the sun and moon to lose their luster and the sky to change color. My demonic force and demonic technique are almost completely restricted. This is extremely disadvantageous to me. But then again it makes sense. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's territory naturally does not allow any demonic qi to exist. Xiao Han kept comforting himself. Forget it, forget it. Fortunately, I've cultivated the Extinguishing Sky and Earth mental technique to level 19 on the way to the genius zone. Otherwise, 3 days of waiting. Xiao Han did not move and sat cross-legged for 3 whole days. After 3 days, the space around him started to loosen. Sounds of bamboo breaking could be heard. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's restriction is about to break. Xiao Han stood up and looked around vigilantly. Once the restriction is broken, I'll be able to see the other demons that entered the genius zone. Of course they might also be able to see me. At this moment, boom, a loud sound was heard. It was as if the entire genius zone was shaking. At the same time, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's laughter could be heard. All young demons that entered the genius zone, 3 days have passed and the genius zone is closed. The restriction that I've set around your bodies will also be completely removed. You will be able to walk out of the maze. However, before I remove the restriction, I have an important announcement. Listen carefully. What's the announcement? This Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao is really troublesome. Xiao Han was speechless. This is my territory. If you want to obtain my lifetime collection, you will naturally have to abide by the rules that I've set. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was filled with heat. Everyone. This is the first test after entering the genius zone. I'm going to announce to everyone. And you can treat this test as a small game. It's an extremely simple game. In this game, no harm. No killing either. This is a peaceful game. This emperor has always been kind. This first game is enough to prove my kindness. No harm. No killing, a peaceful game? Xiao Han was getting more and more confused. But what he could do now was to continue listening. At the center of the genius zone, there's a giant hall. The secret treasures that I've placed in the genius zone are all piled up in the giant hall. What treasures are there in the giant hall? I'll reveal it first. There are bottles of high-quality immortal qi. These immortal qi can be used to refine your body, allowing you to condense an immortal body. In the ordinary plane that you're in, there's also some immortal qi floating in the heaven and earth. You've cultivated your true qi, opened 101 true acupoints and opened your heavenly eye, allowing you to capture this rare immortal qi. However, the immortal qi in the giant hall of the genius zone is at least 10 times better than the immortal qi in your plane. Ha. Of course, in order to use the immortal qi to nourish your body and condense an immortal body, your foundation must be strong enough. If your realm is not high enough, your body will not be able to withstand the immortal qi and might explode. However, after you've obtained the immortal qi, you can bring it out. When you've accumulated enough, you can use the immortal qi to refine your body. Immortal pills. All kinds of immortal pills with miraculous effects are piled up like mountains. Body refinement, mental strength refinement, perception enhancement, lifespan. all kinds of immortal pills. Offensive immortal treasures, defensive immortal treasures, special immortal treasures. There are also many Dao books and immortal techniques. All the treasures are stored in the giant hall at the center of the genius zone. There aren't any magic treasures outside the giant hall. You won't be able to find them even if you dig 3 feet into the ground. Ha ha ha. Oh? Could it be that Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's first game is to let us rush into the giant hall at the center of the genius zone and search for treasures? Xiao Han guessed. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice sounded again. Haha. The first game isn't to enter the giant hall, but to obtain the qualification to enter the giant hall. Yes, I've already told you that there are countless treasures in the giant hall. However, the trace of divine sense that I left in the genius zone hasn't completely dissipated yet. I discovered that there are tens of millions of evil heroes pouring into the genius zone this time. Ha ha ha, it's several times more than what I expected. Yes, there are a lot of treasures in the giant hall, but it's not enough for so many evil heroes. Therefore, not every evil hero that enters the giant hall will have a chance to search for treasures. The requirement to enter the giant hall is to obtain immortal stones. The so-called immortal stones are ordinary stones in the immortal world, but their shape and luster are similar to the gems in your human world. These immortal stones are useless in the immortal world, but they can be used to beautify your world. Outside the giant hall, the entire genius zone is scattered with immortal stones. Some immortal stones are deep underground, some are hidden in streams and rivers, and some are even nurtured in ordinary rocks. Immortal stones are very well hidden and not easy to find. The first game is to search for immortal stones. Listen, once you find 10 immortal stones, you can enter the giant hall that stores the treasures. Everyone, the time to search for immortal stones is 3 days. From now on, the giant hall is open. As long as you can find 10 immortal stones, you can enter the giant hall. In the process of searching for immortal stones, evil heroes are not allowed to kill each other. Snatching the immortal stones found by other evil heroes is not allowed. Violators will be killed immediately. Of course, if you voluntarily give the immortal stones to other evil heroes, it's not against the rules. After 3 days, the giant hall will close. Evil heroes that can't find 10 immortal stones will be expelled from the genius zone and sent out. Oh, I understand. I completely understand. Hearing Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's explanation, Xiao Han understood. Simple, it's indeed simple. Just find the immortal stones hidden in the hidden areas of the genius zone. Once you find 10 immortal stones, you can enter the giant hall. After 3 days, if you can't find 10 immortal stones, you will be eliminated. The good thing about this is that when searching for the immortal stones, killing and robbing are not allowed. Everyone depends on their luck. It's indeed a peaceful game with no harm and no killing. Ha 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 ha, the rules of this game are very simple and relaxing, right? Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao laughed. According to the traces of divine sense left by this emperor, there are more than 80 million evil heroes that have entered the genius zone. Ha ha ha, close to 100 million. The restrictions around your bodies will disappear soon, and you will be able to search for immortal stones everywhere. Lastly, this emperor will remind you of a few things. First, 10 immortal stones is just a stepping stone. It doesn't mean that once you find 10 immortal stones, you will be able to enter the giant hall and search for treasures. You must try your best to find as many immortal stones as possible. Only when you have enough immortal stones can you exchange for treasures in the giant hall. Yes, this emperor will tell you now. The treasures in the giant hall must be exchanged with immortal stones. With only 10 immortal stones, you can indeed enter the giant hall. However, it's useless even if you go in, because there are no extra immortal stones to exchange for treasures. Ha 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 ha, try your best to find them. The more immortal stones you accumulate, the more benefits you will get when you enter the giant hall. Second, there are a lot of immortal stones scattered in the genius zone. However, it's difficult to find some hidden immortal stones with your naked eyes. Therefore, try your best to sense them. Because every immortal stone contains a faint, special immortal aura. Searching for immortal stones is, in fact, a test of your immortal affinity and sense of the immortal world. To be continued. Chapter 465. After the genius zone was completely closed, Almost all the monsters that entered were in position. Their numbers reached a terrifying 80 million. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao announced the first rule of the Genius Zone. Search for immortal stones. Within 3 days, if one could not find 10 immortal stones, they would be rejected by the Genius Zone and teleported out. Thus, they would lose the chance to compete. The more immortal stones I find, the better. Xiao Han completely understood the essence of the rules. After entering the giant hall in the center of the Genius Zone, they probably rely on immortal stones to exchange for various treasures. The more precious the treasure, the more immortal stones they need. Damn it! I am going to search for immortal stones like crazy. Suddenly, Xiao Han's body was filled with energy. At this moment, boom! The restrictive spell surrounding Xiao Han suddenly burst open. Ripples appeared in the entire space, and the surrounding scenery changed. The next moment, the originally picturesque scenery had actually turned into an ancient palace. Xiao Han was standing in the center of the palace. Looking around, Xiao Han saw that other than himself, there were 2 other monsters in the palace. However, they were not monsters from his plane. One of them was a bewitching young man dressed in black. He had a cold temperament, and his aura was as terrifying as that of a primordial beast. His body's true qi was extremely condensed, and jade talismans shot out of his pores, forming a great killing formation. He was a level 8 true qi talisman formation realm cultivator. However, Xiao Han released his mental power and scanned, and he vaguely knew. This demonic young man's foundation in meridian expansion and talisman formation was extremely solid. He was at least a few hundred times stronger than his big senior brother Xiao Ming-Chu. The other one was a fat man in red clothes. He looked like a pig, but his eyes were extremely narrow. Occasionally, he would reveal a sharp aura. Xiao Han and the 2 swordsmen briefly met face to face, and then they stared at each other with their eyes wide open. I wonder how a trash at the Meridian Expansion realm came in. The demonic young man in black clothes muttered in disdain. Killing intent flashed across his eyes as he moved half a step towards Xiao Han. However, he quickly stopped. The fat man in red clothes. He chuckled. Don't fight. The rule that Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao announced was peace. At the very least, killing was strictly prohibited during the process of searching for immortal stones. This is a rule that protects the weak. Ha ha ha. Let's look for immortal stones. Don't fight here. After saying that, the red-clothed fatty quickly strolled around and rummaged through the cabinets and cabinets. The bewitching black-clothed young man viciously glared at Xiao Han before his figure flashed and he arrived at the side of the palace's screen. He searched carefully. What about eldest senior brother and the others? Xiao Han was confused. I was clearly teleported in with eldest senior brother and the others. So why are they nowhere to be seen? Instead, there are 2 people I don't know by my side. Could it be that we were separated after entering the Genius Zone? He paused for a moment. Xiao Han also slightly shrugged his shoulders. Forget it. Before we enter the giant hall, everything was safe. Eldest senior brother and the others would not be in any danger. As long as they dared to fight or snatch the celestial stones, they would be killed by Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense. There was absolutely no hero who dared to do such a thing. Alright. Let's not bother with eldest senior brother and the rest for now. I'll make the best use of my time to look for celestial stones. Xiao Han perked up and scanned his surroundings. The palace was extremely spacious, bright, and large. Xiao Han was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he searched every inch of the palace, leaving nothing behind. At the same time, Xiao Han released his mental energy. The liquid mental energy planet in his brain was previously imprisoned, but at this moment, it was completely released. Boom! A tyrannical mental energy was released like an octopus, covering a boundless area. Xiao Han was stunned. Outside, in a normal space, my mental energy is unimpeded and can cover an area of millions of miles. But in this Genius Zone, the space barrier is thick and hard, and there is immortal qi crisscrossing, causing the scanning range of my mental energy to be compressed to about 800,000 miles. Xiao Han took a while to get used to it. As a matter of fact, as long as one was in this Genius Zone, not only would Xiao Han's mental energy be restricted, but any hero who came in would also be restricted. This was because this Genius Zone had a taste of the immortal realm. The heaven and earth space was much stronger than the outside world. The law of space, law of time, and various other laws were condensed to an extreme, causing everyone's soul and mental energy to be greatly restricted. In fact, the frequency and speed of his Xianxia attacks were also somewhat restricted. It's all right. This restriction is fair to everyone. It's not just for me. Moreover, my mental energy can still spread for at least 800,000 miles, which is already very good. Xiao Han nodded silently. Then within the range of his psychic waves, Xiao Han clearly saw a large number of Taoists, men and women, strong and weak. There were at least millions of them, all looking for celestial stones at the moment. In the forest, in the ruins, in the stream, in the mountains, on top of the ancient trees, next to the thatched cottage in the palace. They searched everywhere. Ah! I found a celestial stone. Ha 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 ha. It's really a celestial stone. Ha 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 ha. Dozens of kilometers away from Xiao Han, a black man dug out a deity stone from the bottom of a mountain stream. Xiao Han focused his psychic waves and saw that the deity stone was ocean blue, about the size of a fingernail, and shone brightly. Ha 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 ha, there's actually an immortal stone hidden here. 100 miles away, a swordsman in shorts found an immortal stone in a bird's nest on an old tree. What was even more outrageous was that Xiao Han discovered that a few Taoists were digging several feet into the ground in a fertile area. They forcefully dug out a few immortal stones from the ground and wiped off the dirt on the surface, revealing a brilliant luster. Some heroes have already found the immortal stones. However, the distribution of the immortal stones is unknown. It was really strange. In a bird's nest, underground, underwater. This is too funny, isn't it? Xiao Han shook his head and retracted his mind power. He did not want to be distracted anymore. At this moment, he subconsciously walked to the French windows of the palace. Shockingly, immortal stone. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. On the ground, there was a row of potted plants. Among them, there was a simple green potted plant with a rose-red brilliance rolling in it. Xiao Han grabbed the potted plant with his true qi. Then, he found that there was indeed a red immortal stone the size of a fingernail lying inside. Xiao Han took out the immortal stone and placed it in his hand. He carefully played with it, feeling slightly excited. It was rose-red and crystal clear. The texture was exquisite and moist. It was no different from a ruby in the secular world. When he held the immortal stone in his hand, there was a warm touch that passed through his skin and reached Xiao Han's heart. It actually made Xiao Han feel a touch of warmth. This is too magical. This immortal stone has a kind of effect of washing away the distracting thoughts in one's heart and calming one's mind. This is much more magical than the gems in the secular world. Xiao Han was overjoyed. I'm so lucky. It's so easy to find an immortal stone. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the black-clothed devilish man and the red-clothed fatty, who were searching for the immortal stone with Xiao Han in the palace, stopped what they were doing and looked at Xiao Han at the same time. In the depths of their eye sockets, there was a look of greed and fanaticism. Trash! Give me that immortal stone. The black-clothed devilish man shouted at Xiao Han with a commanding tone. Although it was clearly forbidden to snatch the immortal stone from the hands of other evildoers, it was not against the rules if the other party voluntarily handed it over. The red-clothed fatty also hurriedly called out to Xiao Han. Little brother, lend me the immortal stone in your hand. Come, lend it to me. Just one look. Heh, idiot. Xiao Han replied coldly. I still need 9 more immortal stones before I can enter the giant hall. I don't have time to waste with you guys here. After saying that, Xiao Han turned around and walked straight out of the palace. Behind him, 2 waves of killing intent soared into the sky, but they quickly restrained themselves. Trash. I'll remember you. You better pray that you don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll tear you into pieces. Roar! The black-clothed devilish man's voice sounded behind Xiao Han, filled with deep resentment. After leaving the palace, the sun filled the sky. In front of him was a fragrant garden filled with immortal qi. All kinds of plants and flowers from the immortal world were thriving. There were about 100 evildoers patiently searching the garden. Some of the evildoers used their true qi to transform into tools like shovels and hoes, carefully digging the soil. Xiao Han stopped and released his spirit wave, enveloping the garden. He used his spirit wave to search for traces of the immortal stone. Heh, I'll use my spirit wave to scan it. It's much more convenient and faster than these evildoers using their naked eyes to observe. Xiao Han put the immortal stone he had already obtained into his storage ring and began to search for the second immortal stone with confidence. However, after his spirit wave rolled around the garden a few times, he did not find anything. There doesn't seem to be any immortal stones here. Xiao Han was not discouraged. He walked around the garden in 2 or 3 steps and walked out. Along the way, there were evildoers everywhere looking for immortal stones. Xiao Han also turned over the stones, crossed the stream, and climbed up the hill. He did not let go of any place that could possibly hide the immortal stone. However, after a full 2 hours, Xiao Han actually did not find anything. Occasionally, he would use his spirit wave to scan a shining immortal stone. Before Xiao Han could rush over, the nearest evildoer had already taken it. Looks like finding the first immortal stone was just my luck. Xiao Han sat under a gigantic cypress tree, looking sullen. It's going to be very difficult. First, the area of the genius zone is very large, but the immortal stones are only the size of a fingernail. Moreover, they are very well hidden. Even if I release my spirit wave, it's not easy to find them. Second, there are too many evildoers looking for the immortal stones. There are so many of them. Not only does it depend on who can find the immortal stones, it also depends on who is faster. 10 immortal stones. It seems easy, but in fact, it's very difficult. Xiao Han shook his head slightly. His mood was not as optimistic as it was at the beginning. At this moment, a gentle girl with long blue hair, an oval face, and a curvaceous body wrapped tightly in light armor walked toward Xiao Han. Her temperament was tranquil, and there was a kind of gentleness to her. She first smiled and greeted Xiao Han, then shyly said, Can I look for immortal stones here? Chapter 466. Xiao Han was slightly taken aback by the shy and adorable girl. It should be known that almost all the monsters from the other planes that Xiao Han had met were fierce and domineering. Few of them were as friendly and courteous as this girl. Xiao Han instinctively had a good impression of this girl, and he said with a faint smile, Miss, you are too polite. Feel free to search. But Xiao Han rubbed his nose and shrugged slightly. I have already searched this place. There is no immortal stone. Heh. I will search again. The gentle blue-haired girl smiled quietly and was very obedient. Then please go ahead. Xiao Han also smiled. The blue-haired girl nodded politely at Xiao Han, and then sat down cross-legged. She took out a grass-green immortal stone from her storage ring, and then quietly closed her eyes, as if she was comprehending something. Xiao Han watched from the side, a little baffled, and did not know what was going on. After about 100 breaths, the girl opened her eyes, and a surprised smile appeared on her face. No way. Did she find something in this area? Xiao Han could not help but shake his head. I have searched this area carefully, and my mental power even seeped hundreds of meters into the ground, but I did not find anything. Did she really find it? Before Xiao Han could react, the girl stood up, and with a push of her right hand, vital qi condensed into a giant palm. Runes flew around, and it directly slapped away a rock that was dozens of feet tall. Then, she dashed over and bent down to rummage through the mud under the rock. In a few moments, a pile of yellow mud was held in the girl's hand like a treasure. Miss, you found the immortal stone? I have also used my mental power to scan the area under the rock, but it seems that there is nothing. Xiao Han could not help but walk over. Heh! The girl looked back and smiled, and then walked toward a nearby stream. Xiao Han followed behind, and gathered his mental power to scan the pile of mud in the girl's hand. It is just an ordinary pile of mud. Xiao Han concluded again. There is really no immortal stone. The young girl came to the side of the stream and carefully dug out 3 grains of dirt from the soil. Then, she put the 3 grains of dirt into the stream and washed them. The next moment, something miraculous happened. The filthy mud was washed away, and 3 purple immortal stones the size of fingernails appeared in the girl's hand. No way! Xiao Han exclaimed. How is this possible? I've checked it several times. Ha ha! The young girl smiled sweetly and took out one of the 3 purple immortal stones. Thank you for letting me find the immortal stone. I'll give you a piece. Oh wait. Xiao Han waved his hand. You were the one who found the immortal stones. I have no reason to share them. But if you can tell me the trick to finding the immortal stones. At this point, Xiao Han understood that he had to find the immortal stones. He didn't just use his naked eye to observe. It wasn't even scanning with his mental strength. There must be some other trick. However, the possibility of other chivalrous men telling him this trick was slim. After all, the heroes who entered the Genius Zone were all competitors. Everyone wanted to obtain more immortal stones and did not want to give their opponents any chance to find immortal stones. Xiao Han thought. This young girl would tactfully refuse him, but he didn't expect that she would agree. Okay, I'll tell you a little trick. That's great. Xiao Han was excited. Look, this kind of immortal stone. Once it's buried in the soil or dropped into the water, it's very difficult to find it with the naked eye. Moreover, it's very difficult to find it with mental strength. Because this kind of immortal stone has a special characteristic. The young girl said slowly. When the immortal stone falls into the water, its texture will be close to the texture of the water. Similarly, when it's wrapped in the soil, its texture will also be close to the soil. So if you use your mental strength to scan it, it's very difficult to distinguish it from the soil and water. As she spoke, the young girl opened her palm and held up an immortal stone. Use your mental strength to scan this immortal stone in my hand. Yes. Xiao Han's mental strength swept. The texture is like a gem in the secular world, very gentle and beautiful. It's very easy to distinguish. The young girl Wanner smiled and immediately bent down. She grabbed a handful of soil and tightly wrapped the immortal stone in her hand. Then, she dug a hole and buried it. Then use your mental strength to scan it again. I already know where you buried the immortal stone. It's very easy. Xiao Han released his mental strength and scanned the place. However, he was surprised to find that the place where the young girl buried the immortal stone did not have that gentle and delicate gem-like texture at all. What? What's going on? It's obviously buried there, but my mental strength can't detect it. After the immortal stone is buried in the soil, its texture changes. It's almost as if it's one with the soil. So, it's very difficult for your mental strength to distinguish the immortal stone from the soil. The young girl took out the immortal stone and wiped it clean. The fastest and most accurate way to find immortal stones is not to rely on the naked eye or mental strength to sense it, but the heart. The heart? Xiao Han was confused. Yes, the heart. The young girl said with a serious face. In fact, every celestial stone contains an extremely faint trace of celestial qi. This trace of immortal qi is very difficult to detect. You must use your heart to sense it. When the immortal stone is buried in the soil or dropped into the water, its texture changes. However, the trace of immortal qi inside it still exists. When looking for immortal stones, I shouldn't use my naked eye or my mental strength to sense its texture. Instead, I should use my heart to sense the immortal qi inside it. Xiao Han seemed to have understood something. Soon, Xiao Han sat down with his legs crossed and took out the immortal stone he found earlier. Heh, you found an immortal stone too? The young girl smiled brightly and reminded him. Remember, don't use your mental strength to analyze its texture and internal structure. Don't use your eyes to look at it either. You must use your heart to sense it and experience it. Then, you'll really feel the faint immortal qi. Immortal qi? Xiao Han held the immortal stone in his hand. His mind was completely focused. This small immortal stone doesn't seem to have the smell of immortal qi. Xiao Han tried to sense it. However, the immortal stone didn't seem to be emitting any immortal qi. It was only warm to the touch and the color was bright. It also had the special effect of refreshing the mind. Don't be nervous. Don't panic. You need to calm down and sense it, the young girl encouraged him. This immortal stone was born in the immortal world. It must contain immortal qi. However, it's very, very faint. It's much fainter than the immortal qi in this genius zone. It's not easy to sense it. However, as long as you put your heart into it, you'll definitely be able to sense it. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao once said to sense the immortal qi inside the immortal stone. It's like sensing the immortal world. You can test your immortal fate. You can sense the tiny amount of immortal chi inside the immortal stone. It means that you have the immortal fate. You'll have the potential to become an immortal in the future. I'm not showing off. The young girl seemed to be naturally lively. She talked non-stop. However, she quickly stopped talking at the end. She playfully stole a glance at Xiao Han. Her cheeks were burning red. She was indescribably beautiful. I understand. Miss, I'll carefully sense it again. Miss, you can go and find the immortal stone yourself, Xiao Han said with a smile. Me. The young girl slowly walked to a green stone. She took out an embroidered cloth and wiped it. Then she sat on it. She was graceful. She even took out a bag of melon seeds. She kicked her legs and ate the melon seeds while looking at Xiao Han with interest. It's all right. I've already found 8 immortal stones. I'm not in a hurry. 8. Xiao Han was shocked. In such a short period of time, Miss has already found 8 immortal stones? This, too powerful. Really too powerful. I'm afraid Miss will be able to find dozens of immortal stones in 3 days. This way, not only will you be able to enter that giant hall, you'll also be able to exchange for treasures. It's nothing. If you can use your heart to sense the traces of immortal chi inside the immortal stones, you'll also be able to find a lot of immortal stones. Actually, it's not difficult at all. After spending some time with Xiao Han, the young girl completely forgot about her shyness. My name is Ma Sha. What about you? Ma Sha? Xiao Han muttered this name in his heart. He thought that this name really had a kind of exotic flavor. He replied, Miss Ma Sha, my name is Xiao Han. Xiao Han. Xiao Han. All right, I'll remember it. Xiao Han, you can just call me Ma Sha. Ma Sha said in a crisp voice. Then, she subconsciously covered her cherry lips. I won't disturb you from sensing the immortal chi. You can try again. All right. Xiao Han smiled. Then, he discarded all distracting thoughts and completely immersed his mind into the immortal stone in his hand. However, it was very strange. After sensing for half an hour, the immortal stone was still like a pool of stagnant water. Xiao Han could not sense the slightest trace of immortal chi. What's going on? Why can't I sense immortal chi? These immortal stones definitely contain a trace of immortal chi. Otherwise, Ma Sha would not be able to dig out 3 immortal stones from under the giant rock. Why can she sense immortal chi but I can't? Sensing immortal chi is like sensing the immortal world. It's also a test of immortal fate. Could it be that I, Xiao Han, don't have immortal fate? Could it be that I, Xiao Han, am destined not to become an immortal in the future? Xiao Han's heart was slightly anxious. However, no matter how anxious he was, he still could not smoothly sense the trace of immortal chi in the immortal stones. Xiao Han's forehead was full of sweat, but there was nothing he could do. Just as Xiao Han was feeling anxious and uneasy, suddenly, buzz! The 10,000 Immortals formation on the surface of his heart began to emit a faint throbbing sound. It seemed to be resonating with the immortal stone in Xiao Han's hand. Xiao Han was stunned. All of a sudden, the 10,000 Immortals formation in his heart extracted a wisp of chi and directly rushed into Xiao Han's eyes. A golden light flashed across Xiao Han's eyes. He lowered his head and saw that the immortal stone in his hand was glowing with golden halos. What's going on? It seems like the 10,000 Immortals formation on the surface of my heart is also resonating with the immortal stone? Xiao Han was confused and at a loss. Suddenly, buzz, 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 Xiao Han's heart twitched, and the myriad immortal grand array rumbled. Involuntarily, Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and he saw that a few hundred meters to his east, under a pond, there was a large number of golden halos opening and closing. Immortal stones? Xiao Han immediately stood up and moved his feet. He subconsciously walked toward the pond and murmured to himself, 1, 2, 3, 16. 16 golden halos are appearing in the pond. Could it be that there are 16 immortal stones hidden in the pond? Chapter 467. Xiao Han tried to sense it for a long time, but he could not sense the immortal qi contained in the tiny immortal stone. However, just as Xiao Han was at a loss, the 10,000 immortals formation that hovered around the surface of his heart was triggered. It released a misty energy that allowed Xiao Han to sense golden halos. Xiao Han subconsciously walked towards the 16 golden circles in the pond. You sensed it? But I don't feel the aura of the immortal stones in this area? Martha, who was sitting on a green rock, also looked at Xiao Han suspiciously. Then she pouted her lips. Could it be that I sensed it wrongly? Martha jumped off the green rock and followed Xiao Han to the edge of the pond. Let's try it. Xiao Han grasped the air with his right hand. Boom, boom, boom. The pond water flowed backward. Water splashed everywhere. The next moment, Xiao Han flipped his right palm. The center of his palm glowed with dazzling treasure light. Xiao Han was holding 16 colorful celestial stones in his hand. He had just used his true qi to extract them from the bottom of the pond. As expected, the innumerable immortal formation has a special connection to the immortal stones. It can help me find the immortal stones. Xiao Han was overjoyed. He scanned his palm with his mental energy. 16 immortal stones. No more, no less, there really are 16 immortal stones. Ah! At this moment Martha, who had already followed Xiao Han, let out a scream. I didn't sense any immortal qi? Xiao Han, your immortal fate is too strong. The immortal stones at the bottom of the pond have very thin immortal qi. Martha didn't sense it just now. But you, Xiao Han, you will definitely become an immortal in the future. Your immortal fate is stronger than Martha's. Xiao Han did not know whether to cry or laugh when he heard the compliment. It should be noted that he did not rely on himself to sense the immortal qi to find these immortal stones. Instead, it was the aura of the innumerable immortal formation. It pointed him in a clear direction. At the same time, buzz, 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 Xiao Han held the immortal stones. Not only was the innumerable immortal formation on the surface of his heart activated, but even the talismans that sealed the demon egg also released obscure ripples. This? Xiao Han frowned and fell into deep thought. In other words, I can find immortal stones in both the array of 10,000 immortals and the immortal seal on the surface of the egg. What's going on? Wait, that's right. Both the myriad immortals grand formation and the seal on the surface of the demon egg contain the aura of the immortal origin. In other words, immortal qi. Back then, when I came out of the demon metropolis, I encountered a big shot who was suspected to be an immortal. He used some tricks to repair the myriad immortals grand formation in my body. As a result, the 10,000 immortals formation was filled with immortal qi. As for the seals on the surface of the demon egg, they were left behind by countless immortals in the world of immortals. There's no lack of traces of the will of the immortal Tao, so they definitely contain immortal qi. That's why the immortal qi in my body can sense the immortal stones. Xiao Han completely understood. This is also considered luck. Although I can't sense the immortal qi for the time being. But now is not the time to care so much. Let's first excavate a large number of celestial stones. Xiao Han thought to himself. So many immortal stones. There are more than 10 of them. Martha exclaimed. In that case, Xiao Han, you can directly enter that giant hall. Heh. It's still early. I have to find more celestial stones before I go in. Xiao Han collected his thoughts and smiled. Then, he took out 5 celestial stones and handed them to Martha. Martha, these celestial stones are for you. Thank you for enlightening me. Tell me the trick to finding celestial stones. Martha waved her hand. No need. Xiao Han, keep your celestial stones. You don't deserve it. You're the one who sensed the celestial stones. I just gave you some pointers. Besides, I already have 8 celestial stones. I can find more in 3 days. Oh! Xiao Han choked. Why don't we look for celestial stones together? At least we'll have a companion. Martha suggested. All right. Xiao Han had no reason to reject Martha. After all, if it wasn't for Martha's pointers, Xiao Han might not even be able to gather 10 celestial stones in 3 days. That's great. Martha cheered. Her expression was harmless. Xiao Han, you're more sensitive to celestial qi than me. Look around and see if there are any celestial stones in this area.
Okay.
Xiao Han nodded in embarrassment. In fact, his ability to sense celestial qi was not as good as Martha's. After a pause, Xiao Han's mind sank into the 10,000 immortal formation. He subconsciously drew out a wisp of celestial qi from the formation and guided it to his eyes. Xiao Han's eyes were burning. There was a flash of golden light. Xiao Han glanced around. There were no more golden halos in the large area. Gradually, some demons came from all directions to find them.
Phew.
I don't think there are any more celestial stones here. Let's go somewhere else. Xiao Han smiled at Martha. Then, he put the 16 celestial stones in his hand into his storage ring. I also have 17 celestial stones.
Ha.
All right, let's go.
Keep it up.
We'll definitely find more celestial stones. Martha clenched her fists. The two of them walked side by side and walked into the distance. Along the way, there were demons everywhere looking for celestial stones. Some of them almost dug 3 feet into the ground, leaving the ground full of potholes and holes. From time to time, there were demons who burst into cheers after finding celestial stones. Of course, there were also many demons who were well versed in sensing celestial qi to find celestial stones. As Xiao Han walked, he drew out the celestial qi in the 10,000 immortal formation and gathered it in his eyes. He quietly sensed the celestial stones. At the same time, Xiao Han's mind waves occasionally radiated out hundreds of thousands of miles to find Xiao Mingqiu and the others. However, he did not find any trace of Xiao Mingqiu and the others. Martha, where are your demons from this plane? Xiao Han asked curiously. Martha grinned. They're scattered. However, in 3 days, we should be able to meet them in the giant hall in the center of the genius zone.
That's true.
Xiao Han nodded.
I found them.
Martha smiled excitedly. Then in a flash, she rushed toward a low bush on the right.
Heh.
Xiao Han focused his gaze. Indeed, there were 3 golden halos flashing in the bush. Soon, Martha ran back. She winked at Xiao Han and said in a low voice, 3 celestial stones. The demons beside her. They could not help but stop in their tracks. One of the simple men asked with a smile. Miss, have you found the celestial stones? Martha quickly waved her hand innocently.
No, I haven't.
Just like that, Xiao Han and Martha spent the entire afternoon searching for the celestial stones together. Because they had mastered the trick, they had many harvests.
Dusk.
Xiao Han and Martha sat on the lawn outside an old forest. Xiao Han, I have 34 celestial stones with me now. Martha smiled, her eyebrows like crescent moons. Fresh and refined. I have 48 celestial stones. Xiao Han also smiled with satisfaction.
Wow.
In other words, after deducting the 10 celestial stones to enter the giant hall, Xiao Han, you still have a total of 38 celestial stones to exchange for treasures. I wonder what kind of treasures you can exchange for, Martha said with a passionate face. 38 celestial stones, shouldn't be able to exchange for any precious treasures. Xiao Han thought for a moment and then smiled. Martha, it's not just the two of us who have mastered the method to find celestial stones. Previously, I saw a demon. He dug out hundreds of celestial stones from the rock stratum underground. That's really a big deal. After pausing for a moment, Xiao Han stood up. Martha, I'm going to continue searching for celestial stones. What about you?
Let's go together.
Martha also stood up. The two of them quickly entered the old forest in front of them. The night. In the genius zone, there was also the alternation of day and night. The night in the genius zone was extremely beautiful. The stars were bright, and the moon was like a graceful fairy, charming. Xiao Han and Martha walked quickly on a mountain path. On the side of the mountain path, there was a cliff that was thousands of feet high. Near this mountain path, there was almost no grass. It was bare and covered with greenish-brown stones.
Xiao Han.
Suddenly, Martha stopped in her tracks and took out a celestial stone from her storage ring. She closed her eyes slightly and began to sense it with a solemn expression. Then, she faced the steep mountain wall.
Xiao Han.
I can feel the aura of celestial qi in the celestial stone.
This
mountain wall. seems to be embedded with celestial stones. But Martha can't tell the exact location and number of celestial stones.
Wait.
Xiao Han also activated the celestial qi in the 10,000 immortal formation and infused it into his eyes. Then he scanned the mountain wall.
Suddenly.
What? Xiao Han's body trembled violently. In his eyes, there were densely packed golden halos on the mountain wall. The number of golden halos was so huge that it made Xiao Han's scalp go numb and he was dumbfounded. Xiao Han, your ability to sense celestial qi is stronger than mine. What did you find? Martha hurriedly asked.
Wait.
I'm counting. Xiao Han swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then he mumbled with a dull expression. Vaguely he could hear Xiao Han counting. 5,000, 10,000, 50,000, after 100 breaths. There are more than 100,000 celestial stones embedded in the mountain wall. Xiao Han's neck was stiff. It's definitely more than 100,000.
We're rich. Martha. We're rich. We're rich.
More than 100,000? Martha's small mouth suddenly formed an O shape. Unbelievable. We searched for a whole day and each of us only found less than 100 celestial stones. Now, actually, found more than 100,000 celestial stones in one go. This is ridiculous. Xiao Han, are you sure?
I'm sure.
To Xiao Han, activating the celestial qi in the 10,000 immortal formation to search for celestial stones was a tried and tested method. Therefore, he nodded with certainty. This large number of celestial stones is embedded in the mountain wall about 1,000 meters deep. That's why, Martha, you can't sense it very accurately. But it's definitely right. Yes, Xiao Han, I believe in your ability. Then let's start digging. Martha was eager to give it a try. Her pretty face was completely red because of her excitement, like a ripe red apple. Swoosh. The next moment, a long sword condensed from true qi appeared in Martha's hand. The sword's body was simple and colorful, and it was densely engraved with talismans. A sharp aura that could pierce through the void was emitted from the sword's body. Wait, Xiao Han said softly. Then, his mental strength spread out and covered a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Soon, Xiao Han nodded excitedly. Let's do it. There are no other demons within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. There are only the two of us here. Ha ha ha. Don't worry and boldly dig.
We're rich.
Chapter 468. Boom! Xiao Han smashed his fist on the mountain wall, and the violent strength of his flesh swept out, shattering the heavens and the earth. The entire mountain seemed to be on the verge of collapse, and the originally smooth mountain wall immediately began to crack like a spider web. Pfft! A huge hole appeared on the mountain wall. Just as the rubble splashed out, it was turned into ashes by Xiao Han's true energy and blade qi. What a tyrannical body! Martha sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, the true energy sword in her hand left her hand and shot into the hole that Xiao Han had dug out. The mountain wall was pierced through by the true energy sword like tofu.
Let's go in.
Xiao Han and Martha flew side by side into the hole that had been dug out. After a short while, Xiao Han's loud shout came from within the cave.
Ha 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 ha. We're rich. Ha 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 ha. We're really rich.
So many immortal stones. There really are a lot of immortal stones. Xiao Han, you're really amazing. Martha's voice was filled with admiration. Martha, let's split it equally.
How can that be?
Xiao Han, I only need a little bit. You found it. Ha ha ha, don't be polite. Split it equally. Split it equally. Not long after, Xiao Han and Martha came out of the cave with beaming faces. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They could see the ecstasy and excitement in each other's eyes. We dug out a total of 125,000 immortal stones. We split it evenly. Each of us got more than 60,000 immortal stones. Xiao Han said with a trembling voice. This is really a dream. That's right, that's right. Martha was extremely excited right now. Xiao Han, we might as well search through the night. Right now, Martha's entire body is filled with energy. Martha clenched her fists and said excitedly, "Good. There are still 2 days left. Don't waste it. We will definitely be able to find more immortal stones." Xiao Han said confidently, "Let's go." Xiao. The two of them controlled their true energy and directly flew away from the cliff. Early morning. In an inconspicuous courtyard. Fallen leaves fell. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a dry well. Ha 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 ha. At this time, a hearty laugh came from the bottom of the well, followed by a string of silvery bell-like giggles. Soon, a handsome youth rose from the bottom of the well. There was some mud on his face, causing his fair complexion to be dyed black. However, he didn't care at all. His eyes flickered with joy. Heh! I didn't expect that at the bottom of this dried-up well. After digging for several thousand meters, they actually dug out more than 100,000 celestial stones. Ahahaha! Xiao Han jumped out of the well and patted the dirt off his clothes. Immediately after, Martha also jumped out of the well. She took off the hairpin on her head and brushed off some of the dirt on the tip of her hair. So dirty. But, hee Xiao Han, we've made a fortune again. Yes, I have it on hand. I already have 150,000 immortal stones, and the small change is negligible, Xiao Han said in a rich and overbearing manner. Shoo! Marcia quickly made a shushing gesture. Haha, it doesn't matter, Xiao Han laughed nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. I've already released my spiritual power to investigate. The nearest devil hero is the devil hero. It's also a few thousand miles away. As long as we keep a low profile, don't make it public, and make a fortune in silence, no one will suspect us. Besides, so what if they suspect us? In the process of searching for immortal stones, it's not allowed to fight among the devil heroes. Well, Xiao Han, are you tired? Marcia smiled gently. Not tired. Then let's continue to search for immortal stones. Noon. The sun was shining brightly. In a huge valley, a large number of devil heroes were scattered in groups of 3 to 5, each looking for immortal stones. Xiao Han and Marcia walked into the valley together. At this moment, both of them had more than 100,000 celestial stones in their hands. It could be said that they had food in their hands and did not panic. They walked leisurely and did not show the slightest bit of panic. Moreover, when Xiao Han saw countless devil heroes looking for immortal stones, he felt a little proud in his heart. Perhaps these devil heroes are all frowning and struggling for 10 or even a few celestial stones, but I already have more than 100,000 celestial stones, completely in an invincible position. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. Buzz. A flash of light flashed across Xiao Han's eyes. He swept his gaze across the valley and found that there were more than 10 celestial stones scattered in the valley. However, Xiao Han was no longer interested in scattered or small batches of celestial stones. Marcia, let's go a little further and take a look. There's nothing valuable here, Xiao Han said in a low voice. Marcia hurriedly agreed. However, at this moment, Buzz, Xiao Han's eyes flashed again. In the distance, densely packed golden circles of light soared into the sky. Marcia, follow me. Xiao Han's heart warmed up. He immediately called out to Marcia and followed the light. I also feel that there's dense celestial qi in front of us. Marcia nodded calmly. The two of them quickly passed through the valley and walked forward. In the area where the golden circles of light were the densest, there was a rapid river that was about 12 feet wide. The golden light was rushing up from the bottom of the river. However, a bald, strong man who looked like a mountain stood by the river with his eyes closed. There was a flame mark between his eyebrows, emitting a kind of power that made people's hearts tremble, and made people involuntarily submit to him. When people looked at the flame mark, it was like an ant looking at a mountain. He stood there, and the surrounding space faintly trembled. Occasionally, a trace of demonic purple flame burst out around his body. Beside the bald, brawny man stood dozens of valiant demons dressed in black battlesuits with horrifying auras. At this moment, the bald, strong man suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed. With a boom, the entire river water was completely evaporated. The densely packed celestial stones were sucked up from the bottom of the river by him. Xiao Han's spirit wave swept across. About 70,000 celestial stones. Unfortunately, I'm a step too late. Xiao Han this? Marcia was also stunned. At this moment, under the scan of Xiao Han's spirit wave, thousands of devil heroes were frantically rushing towards this river from all directions. Friend, you don't have the appetite to eat so many celestial stones alone. Why don't you share some of it with us? Let's be friends. Isn't that better? An unruly voice rang out. In the sky, true chi surged. It transmitted the aura of an eagle soaring through the sky. Marcia. Let's go. Xiao Han calmly stopped Marcia. The two of them quickly left the river, away from this troublesome place. In the ruins of a broken wall. After clearing some collapsed stone pillars, Xiao Han dug a few hundred meters into the ground and dug out more than 30,000 celestial stones. There are actually a lot of celestial stones in this genius zone. Let's see if the devil heroes have mastered the trick. The situation just now was complicated by the river, and the celestial stones at the bottom of the river had already been obtained in advance. There's no need for us to be entangled there. There's no result. Xiao Han smiled. It's the best to make a fortune in silence. Come, 34048 celestial stones. Let's split it 50-50. By the afternoon of the second day, the hard-working Xiao Han and Marcia had already harvested about 300,000 celestial stones each. They had already become tycoons. The two of them were overjoyed. There's still one more day. Let's work harder and search everywhere. When we're done, we'll go to the giant hall in the center of the genius zone and see if we can exchange for celestial treasures. Xiao Han smiled at Marcia. Okay. Marcia replied obediently. In a mountain range far away from Xiao Han. At the foot of the mountain, there was a ruin. Two figures traversed through the ruins like leopards and cats. It was Xiao Mingqiu and Luo Tianyu. Bang! Xiao Mingqiu grabbed a jar and smashed it on the ground. Unlucky, I clearly saw a glowing object, but it's not a celestial stone. Brother Xiao, there's only one day left. Our situation is not good. Luo Tianyu came up from behind. Brother Luo, how many celestial stones do you have now? Xiao Mingqiu asked with a frown. What a shame. After searching for so long, I've only obtained 6 celestial stones. It's too difficult. I don't even have the qualifications to enter the giant hall, let alone exchange for celestial treasures. Luo Tianyu said bitterly. I've only found 8 celestial stones. I'm still short of 2. Moreover, it's difficult. There were many times when I found celestial stones, but they were snatched away by other heroes. Xiao Mingqiu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Are we going to be excluded and sent out of the genius zone? How about this? Brother Xiao, after tomorrow, if we don't have 10 celestial stones, then I'll give all the celestial stones I have to you. You can enter the giant hall. Rather than both of us being sent out, it's better for one of us to go in and see the world, Luo Tianyu said resolutely. Brother Xiao, your talent is far greater than mine. If you enter the giant hall, you might be able to find celestial fate. This. Xiao Mingqiu was slightly stunned and then waved his hand. There's still a full day left. Let's not give up easily. Keep looking. All right then. But I don't know where Brother Xiao Han is now, and whether he has found enough celestial stones. Luo Tianyu was suddenly in a trance. After tomorrow, we'll go to the giant hall and meet up with junior brother Xiao Han, Xiao Mingqiu said decisively. I hope that junior brother Xiao Han can enter the giant hall smoothly. The next day. For the whole day, Xiao Han and Martha were still persistently looking for celestial stones. They did not rest for even a moment. Until dusk, the number of celestial stones in their hands had reached hundreds of thousands. 576,655 celestial stones. Xiao Han was very clear. To be precise, I have 576,655 celestial stones in my hands now. That should be a huge fortune. I wonder if there are any fiendish heroes out there who have more immortal stones than I do. Xiao Han did not think that the celestial stones in his hands could completely surpass the other heroes. After all, more than 80 million heroes were sent in. Each of them was a genius, and there might even be people who were richer than Xiao Han. However, at this moment, Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's voice sounded again. Haha. After 3 days of searching, I believe that all of you have gained a lot, right? All of you stop searching. Now, the divine sense that I left in the genius zone will guide you to the giant hall at the core of the genius zone. One by one, hurry to the giant hall. Whether you have 10 celestial stones and have the qualification to enter the giant hall, or if you don't have enough celestial stones, hurry to the giant hall. Those who have 10 celestial stones will naturally be qualified to enter the giant hall. Those who don't have enough will be teleported away through the teleportation formation outside the giant hall. When the sun rises tomorrow, except for the giant hall, all the other areas of the genius zone will be destroyed. Those who stay will be killed. As soon as he finished speaking, boom! In the core area of the genius zone, a golden light rose. Soon, the night sky was dyed red.
Let's go, Martha, let's hurry over.
Xiao Han looked at the golden light area, and his spiritual wave swept over. Chapter 469. Night. The Genius Zone. At the core of the Genius Zone, a dazzling golden light shot up into the sky, rendering the night sky even more beautiful and dreamy. At the core of the Genius Zone, there was a huge hall. It was the outermost layer of the immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair, the most important area. In this huge hall, there were countless secret treasures. As long as the demon knights who entered the Genius Zone had enough immortal stones, they could enter the huge hall and exchange for secret treasures. Of course, the basic condition to enter the huge hall was to have at least 10 immortal stones. Martha, let's go to the huge hall area, Xiao Han said eagerly. Now, Xiao Han had more than 500,000 immortal stones on hand. Naturally, he hoped to enter the huge hall as soon as possible and exchange for the secret treasures he needed. Let's go! Martha also laughed excitedly. The two of them controlled their true chi and flew towards the huge hall area together. Along the way, there were also countless demon knights who activated their true chi and quickly flew towards the huge hall area. Xiao Han saw that some demon knights were frowning, some were expressionless, some were beating their chests and stamping their feet, and some were inexplicably excited. Sigh, after searching for an entire 3 days, I've only found 4 immortal stones. Shit, I've really lost all my face this time, and I can only accept the tragic fate of being sent away. To think that I've always thought of myself as extraordinary and had great ambitions. What a pity. I've already found 9 immortal stones. I'm still missing 1. I'm only missing 1. No, I must think of a way to gather 10 immortal stones, even if it's just to enter the huge hall to take a look. I'm the most useless. I only found 1 immortal stone. It seems that I won't have any immortal fate in my life. Forget it. I'm also disheartened now. Instead, I hope to be teleported away as soon as possible and return to my own plane. Although I found 14 immortal stones, I just happened to meet the basic condition to enter the huge hall. Exchange for immortal treasures? It's just wishful thinking. Xiao Han spread out his spirit power and heard the complaints of countless demon knights. However, there were also a large number of demon knights who were full of ambition. It seemed that they had quite a lot of gains and did not want to reveal their wealth. More than 80 million demon knights are looking for immortal stones in the Genius Zone. However, it seems that a portion of them will be eliminated directly, Xiao Han said to Martha. Martha nodded in agreement and then whispered, "The more demon knights that are eliminated, the better it is for us." That's true. Xiao Han nodded in agreement. Xiao 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 in the night sky, the true chi glowed brightly like stars. They surged in all directions and flew toward the area of the giant hall. The huge group of demon knights passed through the beautiful plains. They passed through many majestic mountain ranges. They passed through various swamps, deserts, lakes, plains, mountains, and grasslands. Palaces, ruins. They were gradually approaching the area of the Great Hall. Not long after. We're here. As soon as Xiao Han's spiritual fluctuations enveloped the area, he saw a boundless open area dozens of miles ahead. It was a huge plain. Tens of millions of demon warriors stood on the plains. In the center of the plain, there was an ancient castle shining with golden light. On the other side of the plain, there was an ancient teleportation array. I can already see the Great Hall and the teleportation matrix. Furthermore, countless demon heroes have already arrived, Xiao Han said to Martha.
Yes, I understand.
Martha nodded and said, Xiao Han, when we reach the area of the Great Hall, I'll first look for my Xianxia companions from this plane.
We'll meet again in the Great Hall later.
All right, I'm going to look for my companions from that plane too. Xiao Han nodded in agreement.
The two of them quickly approached the area of the Great Hall.
At this moment, countless chaotic sound waves entered the range of Xiao Han's spiritual fluctuations. Buying immortal stones. A set of supreme-grade body refinement techniques for 4 immortal stones. If you don't have enough immortal stones on hand, don't waste them. Before you teleport out of the Genius Zone, sell your immortal stones and buy them at a high price. Buy them at a high price. Buying immortal stones at a high price. I'll take as many as you have. Exchange with a huge amount of supreme-grade true Qi spirit stones. I'm willing to use my sex secret technique to buy 50 immortal stones. I'll use a treasure weapon to buy 5 immortal stones. Buying immortal stones, bartering with items, cheating both young and old. Countless demon knights are buying immortal stones? Xiao Han was slightly stunned. Then, his vision suddenly opened up. On the plain in front of him, tens of millions of demon knights were densely packed like ants. The scene made one's scalp tingle, and it made one hold their breath. At this moment, the demon knights were divided into small groups. They were either chatting or running around to buy immortal stones. The atmosphere was as hot as the sea. Xiao Han scanned with his spiritual fluctuations again. Big brother Yelu, I have 3 immortal stones, I'll give them to you. After I teleport out, I'll ask Big brother Yelu to help me exchange for an immortal pill after you enter the Great Hall. If there's no immortal pill, even a strand of immortal Qi will do. Cousin, I have 6 immortal stones here, I'll give them all to you. You can enter the Great Hall. My talent is not as good as yours since I was young. Rather than both of us being eliminated, it's better to let cousin get a rare opportunity.
Master, I'll give all the immortal stones I have to Master. I hope that Master will have many fortuitous encounters in the Great Hall and bring our great whale sect to greater heights in the future.
Big brother Chiu, many years ago, fortunately, you killed the demon emperor and saved my life. I will repay you. Here are 4 immortal stones, Big brother Chiu. Oh! In addition to buying immortal stones, acquaintances are also giving immortal stones to each other. Xiao Han observed for a moment, and finally understood. That's right, if there were 2 Yao heroes from the same plane, and one had 6 celestial stones, and the other had 5 celestial stones, according to the rules, neither of them had collected 10 celestial stones, so they should be sent back. However, if these 11 celestial stones were given to one person, then they would at least obtain a spot to enter the Great Hall. This was a wise move. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of streaks of light streaked across the night sky in beautiful arcs. Then, they landed on the plains. The air twisted and a powerful aura rolled. Hundreds of terrifying demon knights walked out from the streaks of light. These hundreds of demon knights were surrounding a fair-skinned young man. The young man walked with majestic steps, his eyes like lightning. He looked around and spoke in a cold and arrogant voice. This prince is the most talented in this plane. Among the demon knights of the same age, no one can compete with me. Hand over all the immortal stones in your hands. Let this prince descend to the Great Hall. Hundreds of demon knights seemed to be angry but didn't dare to say anything. They all took out the immortal stones in their storage rings and handed them over to the young man. Soon, Xiao Han and Martha were preparing to land on the plains. Suddenly, friend, do you have any immortal stones on hand? Give me the immortal stones. I will definitely give you a satisfactory price.
Friend, have you gathered 10 immortal stones?
If you haven't gathered enough, you might as well give up the immortal stones on hand. The beauty of helping others. Friend, I'll use 100 beautiful maids to exchange for a few immortal stones. Give me the immortal stones first. When we leave the genius area, I'll give you 100 maids. A swarm of demon knights flew up and surrounded Xiao Han and Martha. Suddenly, a fragrant wind blew in his face. A sexy and enchanting mature female demon knight also flew up. Her charming eyes were like silk as she breathed out at Xiao Han. Little brother. 1 immortal stone. Big sister will let you become an immortal once. 2 immortal stones. Become an immortal twice, and so on.
I don't have a single immortal stone on hand.
Xiao Han flatly refused. Then, he rushed down with Martha. Xiao Han and Martha stood on the plains. Xiao Han, I'm going to find my sisters. See you later. Martha smiled at Xiao Han. All right. Xiao Han nodded.
Then the two of them parted ways. I'll find eldest senior brother and the others first.
Xiao Han calmly released his mental strength.
Soon, I found eldest senior brother.
Xiao Han was overjoyed. Then, he quickly walked towards Xiao Mingqiu and the others. Eldest senior brother, big brother Luo. In a corner, Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and a dozen demon knights from Xiao Han's side were gathered together and whispering to each other. Xiao Han hurriedly walked over and greeted them. Junior brother Xiao Han. Little brother Xiao Han. Xiao Han. Xiao Mingqiu and the others raised their heads and shouted in surprise. Xiao Han calmly walked over to him. How was it? How was everyone's harvest?
Bad luck.
Little brother Xiao Han. I found 9 immortal stones.
I'm still missing 1, Luo Tianyu muttered.
Junior brother Xiao Han. I only found 9 immortal stones, Xiao Mingqiu said with a shrug. Xiao Han, I found 3. Xiao Han, I found 5. I found 2. Everyone was talking at once. In the end, it was obvious that none of Xiao Han's fellow countrymen, led by Xiao Mingqiu, had succeeded in finding 10 immortal stones. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't even be qualified to enter the hall. Junior brother Xiao Han, how many immortal stones did you find?
Xiao Mingqiu asked in a low voice.
How about this? We'll all give you our immortal stones. Once you have enough immortal stones, enter the hall and see if you can exchange them for an immortal artifact. Yes, little brother Xiao Han, we all have high hopes for you. You're the demon knight with the most terrifying potential in our plane. If all of us enter the hall, it would be better for you to enter alone, Luo Tianyu said enthusiastically.
Oh!
Xiao Han was stunned. Right at this moment.
Ah!
Young demon knights, there are less than 4 hours before the sun rises tomorrow. I'm sure all of you have reached the area of the hall, right? I won't waste any more of your words. In 2 hours, the door of the hall will open, and the demon knights with 10 immortal stones will enter the hall. Those who don't have 10 immortal stones will immediately leave the genius area through the teleportation formation. Those who stay will be killed. Also, once you enter the hall, you may exchange for an immortal artifact, but you may also lose your life. A new round of tests will appear in the hall. There's still some time. Think carefully. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The noisy crowd quieted down. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the towering ancient castle bathed in golden light. The door of the hall was tightly shut. Wisps of immortal glow burst out of the palace. Chapter 470. Soon, the doors of the giant hall will open. Xiao Han nodded slightly. His heart was filled with a feeling of eagerness. Let's quickly gather the immortal stones we have, Xiao Mingqiu said hurriedly. At this moment, Master. Xiao Han's 5 fiendish hero slaves also came from not far away. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Master, we've also found some immortal stones. We'll give them to you now so that you can enter the giant hall and realize your ambitions. The 5 slaves said in unison. Slaves naturally prioritized their master's interests. Their master's interests were paramount. Xiao Han asked around and found that his 5 slaves had gained quite a lot. Each of them had found dozens of immortal stones, and one of them had even found 76 immortal stones. Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the others sighed when they saw this. Xiao Han shook his head and laughed. He thought to himself, searching for immortal stones is actually a way to sense the immortal realm and test the immortal affinity. It seems that the devil heroes of the Rome dimension are indeed better than the devil heroes of our dimension. This could be seen from the number of immortal stones they found. Keep your immortal stones for yourselves. You don't have to give them to me. Xiao Han smiled and looked at Xiao Mingqiu and the others. Eldest senior brother, Brother Luo, I'm quite lucky this time. I found quite a lot of immortal stones. I'll give you a portion so that the devil heroes of our dimension can enter the giant hall and try their immortal affinity. Xiao Mingqiu and the others were stunned. In the next moment, Xiao Han took out some immortal stones from his storage ring and distributed them to Xiao Mingqiu and the others. However, to avoid being too shocking, Xiao Han did not take out too many immortal stones for the time being. He only symbolically gave each of them 10 immortal stones. Hiss! Xiao Mingqiu and the others held the immortal stones that Xiao Han had distributed.
Their eyes were filled with confusion and shock.
Oh my god! Junior brother Xiao Han, you took out so many immortal stones and gave them to us so easily. How many immortal stones did you find? Xiao Mingqiu said in shock. How many celestial stones have I found? Heh.
Eldest senior brother, if I say that I found 576655 celestial stones, will you faint from fright?
Xiao Han smiled in his heart. However, he did not make it public. Instead, he spoke ambiguously. This, eldest senior brother. After we enter the giant hall, I will tell you exactly how many immortal stones I have found. For now, allow me to keep you in suspense. In short, not much, not much. After entering the giant hall, I should be able to exchange for some treasures.
Tsk, I'm afraid it's more than 1,000.
Xiao Mingqiu's face turned pale.
$1,000.
Xiao Han almost burst out laughing. Not long after, Xiao Han found dozens of fiend heroes from his plane, including Yan Qi. Xiao Han managed to find them all. These villains. Most of them didn't even have 10 immortal stones. Yan Qi, on the other hand, had 11 immortal stones. Yan Qi was pleased with himself, as if he was passing judgment on the world. However, when Xiao Han took out hundreds of immortal stones and gave them to the evil hero, who had less than 10, Yan Qi was dumbfounded. He was extremely envious. He wanted to ask Xiao Han for the immortal stones, but he was frightened by Xiao Han's indifferent gaze. In the end, he did not speak. At the same time, many evil heroes entered the teleportation array in the plane with dejected expressions. None of them had 10 immortal stones. Most of them sold their scattered immortal stones to other evil heroes or gave them as gifts. Then, they reluctantly stepped into the teleportation array and ended their exploration of the Genius Zone. Boom, boom, boom. The teleportation array rumbled and used the celestial chi in the giant hall as energy to send the evil heroes away. There were many evil heroes who were teleported out. They lined up with their heads lowered and walked into the teleportation array in silence. In the blink of an eye, millions of evil heroes had left the Genius Zone. Everyone, I have already given you some immortal stones so that you have all met the basic requirement of having 10 immortal stones and are qualified to enter the giant hall. However, you must have heard Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice transmission just now. Entering the giant hall is an opportunity to exchange for Dharma treasures. However, it is also an extremely dangerous test. There is a possibility of death. Everyone, think carefully about whether you want to enter the giant hall or not, Xiao Han said to the evil heroes of his dimension with a serious expression. Dozens of evil heroes looked at each other. Junior brother Xiao Han, I must enter the giant hall. I will die without regrets, Xiao Mingqiu said resolutely.
Then, all the evil heroes nodded and said in a firm tone.
Go in. We have already arrived at the Immortal Emperor's lair. If we don't try our luck, we will not be at ease for the rest of our lives. All right then. When the gate of the giant hall opens, let's all enter. Xiao Han nodded. Evil heroes constantly passed through the teleportation array and left the Genius Zone. The number of evil heroes who left had already exceeded 30 million. 2 hours later. Suddenly, in the ancient castle that seemed to have existed for billions of years, there were sounds of chi. 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 Beams of dazzling light shot out from the castle, causing the entire castle to be enveloped in a flawless immortal light. It was magnificent. Boom, there was a loud noise. The gate of the castle slowly opened. Supreme light, resplendence, glory, holiness, and mystery radiated from the gate. The aura of the immortal world gushed out. It made people yearn for it. It made people worship it. It made people hesitate. Ha 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 ha. Hearty laughter came from the castle and echoed between heaven and earth. The gate of the giant hall has finally opened. Ha 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 ha. All evil heroes who have at least 10 immortal stones, please come in.
Ha 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 ha. In the giant hall, there are some treasures of this emperor. Although they can't be compared to the second one, they are all treasures. Although they cannot compare to the treasures on the second and third floors, they are still extraordinary for you secular evil heroes. For you, it is an immortal opportunity that can change your fate. All right, there is no time to lose. Come in. Ha 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 ha. The gate of the giant hall has opened. Let's go in.
Xiao Han's spirit rose.
He moved his body and flew directly toward the giant hall. Follow behind junior brother Xiao Han.
Xiao Mingqiu also flew at the same time.
Let's go.
At the same time.
Go, go, go.
Enter the giant hall. Enter.
I can finally see the treasures of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao with my own eyes.
This trip is worth it.
Go, 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 go.
Even if there is a danger of death, I have to go and try my immortal opportunity.
The densely packed evil heroes, like a swarm of locusts, rushed toward the opened gate of the giant hall.
Xiao Han saw the evil heroes, one after another, disappear into the boundless light behind the gate. Whoosh! Xiao Han also flew into the gate of the giant hall with a few flashes. Impressively, when he entered the light world that was like the immortal world inside the gate, Xiao Han suddenly felt a huge repulsive force, as if his body had hit a layer of barrier. Xiao Han's spirit moved. The next moment, good fortune came to the mind. He flipped his right hand, and 10 immortal stones appeared in his hand. In an instant, the 10 immortal stones melted at once, causing Xiao Han's body to become light.
He rushed in without any barrier. After entering the palace,
Xiao Han's feet were steady, and he immediately looked around. His eyes were full of shock.
The inside of this ancient castle palace was actually a small world.
From the outside, the ancient castle palace did not seem to be big, but after entering it,
he found that the inside of the palace was a world of its own.
It was boundless. He saw that in the middle of the palace, there was a giant square, rockery, ponds, fountains, flowers, butterflies dancing, and flowers and fruit trees planted everywhere in the immortal world. The fragrance was fragrant, and it was beautiful. Birds were singing, flowers were fragrant, and trees were full of flowers. Thousands of auspicious qi, tens of thousands of auspicious clouds. The atmosphere was comfortable and peaceful. It made people feel as if they were in heaven. The area of the square was very large, enough to accommodate hundreds of millions of people, but it did not seem crowded at all. At this moment, there were already tens of millions of Taoists in the square. They were curious, delighted, and at a loss. In all directions of the square, there were terraced courtyards and houses. The eaves were arched, red walls and green tiles, layer upon layer. Wisps of immortal qi rippled in it, like a divine palace in the sky. Looking up from the square, the terraced courtyards and houses were like beehives and bird nests, with no end in sight, covering the sky and the sun. It was a spectacular sight. It's too spectacular. Moreover, this giant palace must contain the profound law of space. This immortal Emperor Zhu Dao is really good. Xiao Han was amazed. At this moment, ripples appeared in the space. Dozens of figures, after twisting, stabilized their bodies, and appeared beside Xiao Han. Junior brother Xiao Han. It was Xiao Mingqiu and the others. After spending 10 immortal stones, we finally entered this giant palace. Where are the immortal treasures? Why don't I see any immortal pills, immortal tools or magic treasures? Luo Tianyu hurriedly asked. Then he looked around and immediately kept quiet out of fear. The inside of this giant palace, it's too grand. Let's wait and see first, Xiao Han said in a low voice. Then, more and more evil heroes entered the giant palace one after another. The number of evil heroes standing on the square became more and more terrifying. In just a few hours, it had reached tens of millions. However, fortunately, the square was big enough. Therefore, it didn't seem crowded at all, even though there were tens of millions of people standing at the same time. Xiao Han and the others didn't act rashly. Instead, they stood on the square and looked around innocently. Xiao Han also withdrew his mental strength. The number of evil heroes on the square was too terrifying. Releasing his mental strength would make his scalp numb. After another few hours, gradually, there were no more evil heroes being teleported in. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice sounded again.
Ha ha ha. Welcome to the evil heroes that have entered the giant palace created by this emperor. For all of you, a new test is about to begin. A total of more than 40 million people have entered. About 80 million evil heroes have entered the genius zone. Through searching for immortal stones, nearly half of the people have been eliminated. Not bad, more than 40 million evil heroes. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that this emperor's lair would attract so many elites from various worlds. There are a lot of treasures in the giant palace. Everyone, please pay attention. Next, this emperor will tell everyone the amount of immortal stones needed to exchange for each treasure. Yes, although there are a lot of treasures in the giant palace, you must use immortal stones to exchange for them. Before that, this emperor will announce one more thing. To enter the second floor of this emperor's treasure, you will need 5 million immortal stones. Among all of you, who has 5 million immortal stones? With 5 million immortal stones, you can exchange for a place to enter the second floor of the treasure. Ha 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 ha, this emperor's treasure has a total of 4 floors. This genius zone is only the outermost floor. The quality of the treasures there is the worst. The quality of the treasures in the second floor is already very good. 5 million immortal stones for a place to enter the second floor. As soon as he said that, the tens of millions of evil heroes on the square all gasped. Are you serious? 5 million immortal stones to be qualified to enter the second floor? Xiao Han was extremely speechless. Originally, he thought that he would be considered rich after entering the giant palace with more than 500,000 immortal stones. With food in his hands, he would not panic anymore. However, he never thought that to obtain a place to enter the second floor, he would need to spend 10 times more than what he had. Xiao Han looked around and realized that every evil hero on the square had a sullen and disappointed expression on their faces. It seems like I've been tricked by this immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Xiao Han murmured to himself. 5 million immortal stones. I'm afraid none of the evil heroes here can take out that amount alone. Chapter 471. Tens of millions of fiends stood in the huge square in the giant hall. Around the square were terraced courtyards and houses. They were stacked one after another so high that one could not see the end of them. The scene was dead silent. Every fiend was quietly listening to immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice transmission. Yes, fellow fiends, you did not hear wrongly. To enter the second level of my treasure, you will need at least 5 million immortal stones. 5 million immortal stones will obtain a key to open the second level of the treasure. As soon as immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice fell, boom, the space shook and ripples spread everywhere. All of a sudden, densely packed immortal talismans of various colors appeared in the void. In an instant, these immortal talismans assembled and formed the pattern of 7 keys. The 7 keys were all extremely ancient in shape and size. They were exactly the same, but the colors and materials were different. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. 7 types of keys? Xiao Han looked up and said to Xiao Mingchu, who was beside him. Eldest senior brother, there seems to be 7 different types of keys, differentiated by color. Could it be that all 7 keys can enter the second level of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure? This. Xiao Mingchu was also confused. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice sounded again. To make a long story short, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, each of the 7 colored immortal keys can open the second level of my treasure. The red immortal key is worth 5 million immortal stones and can allow one person to enter the second level of my treasure. The orange immortal key is worth 10 million immortal stones and can allow 3 people to enter the second level of my treasure. The yellow immortal key is worth 15 million immortal stones and can allow 10 people to enter the second level of my treasure. The green immortal key is worth 20 million immortal stones and can allow 20 people to enter the second level of my treasure. The cyan immortal key is worth 30 million immortal stones and can allow 50 people to enter the second level of my treasure. The blue immortal key is worth 30 million immortal stones and can allow 50 people to enter the second level of my treasure. The blue immortal key is worth 50 million immortal stones and can allow 70 people to enter the second level of my treasure. Enter the second level of this emperor's treasure trove. Finally, there is only one purple immortal key. The only purple immortal key.
Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice suddenly became high-pitched. The only purple immortal key is worthless. It can allow 200 people to enter the second level of my treasure. In other words, among the 7 colored immortal keys, the purple immortal key. It is the most valuable. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao said this, the tens of millions of demons on the square couldn't help but clamor. All kinds of discussions rose and fell. Of the 7 immortal keys, it seems that the Scarlet Immortal Key is of the lowest quality. It can only teleport one person to the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove, but the price is already beyond our reach. 5 million immortal stones. He couldn't take it out at all. I spent 3 whole days digging for celestial stones in the Genius Zone, but I only managed to dig up a few hundred. Other than the red immortal key, the rest are orange and yellow. Green, blue, purple. Tens of millions of immortal stones are simply not something we can afford. Furthermore, the purple immortal key is said to be the most precious and priceless one. What does it mean by priceless? Xiao Han was also very confused now. All kinds of immortal keys have a clear price. If you think about it carefully, there's nothing wrong with that. But the purple immortal key is said to be a priceless treasure. I wonder what Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao is trying to do. Let's not talk about the purple and blue immortal keys first. Even if it's a scarlet immortal key worth 5 million immortal stones, we can't do anything about it. Xiao Mingchu's face was filled with bitterness as he shook his head continuously. Ha ha ha. I think all of you are confused, right? But it doesn't matter. Once you hear what I'm going to say next, you will completely understand. Let's not talk about the 7 immortal keys that lead to the second layer of my treasure trove. Now, I'm going to show you the various treasures that are hidden in this giant hall. The treasures are finally going to show themselves. That's great. We won't have any extravagant hopes for the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. Now that we can exchange some treasures in this giant hall, this trip will not be in vain. Xiao Han was also focused. He also guessed that it was impossible for him to not be able to exchange for a single treasure with more than 500,000 immortal stones on hand. At this moment, in the void of the giant hall, beams of light converged. In an instant, a huge light screen was formed. On this light screen, there were a large number of items, diagrams, and words. It was so dense that it was dazzling to look at it. I've listed all the treasures that I've placed in this giant hall. Take a look and you'll have an idea in your heart. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao said proudly. Any of the treasures are not something that mortals like you can touch. However, you're lucky that you've entered my treasure trove and obtained this immortal fate. For a moment, the tens of millions of evil heroes in the entire square focused their eyes on the light screen in the void. Their eyes did not move at all, and even their breathing seemed to have stopped. Xiao Han's eyes bulged. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. Immortal pills. Yin Yang Longevity Pill. Each pill is worth 100,000 immortal stones. Each Dragon Blood Pill was worth 100,000 immortal stones. Each Starry Sky Life Extension Pill was worth 100,000 immortal stones. Each Immortality Pill was worth 100,000 immortal stones. Each 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill was worth 100,000 immortal stones. Immortal Qi. Haotian Immortal Qi. Each jar was worth 50,000 immortal stones. Each jar of Pure Yang Immortal Qi was worth 50,000 immortal stones. Each jar of Aurora Immortal Qi was worth 50,000 immortal stones. Immortal Technique Manuals. Heavenly Tao Killing Intent Fist. 500,000 immortal stones. Mortal Divine Technique. 1 million celestial stones. Myriad Buddha's Vajra Great Compassion Mantra. 3 million immortal stones. 5-Element Immortal Technique. 5 million immortal stones. 9 Yang Supreme Immortal Force. 8 million immortal stones. Immortal Artifact. Offensive Immortal Artifact. 5 million immortal stones each. Defensive Immortal Artifacts cost 10 million immortal stones each. Special Type. Cosmic Rock Egg. 8 million immortal stones. Pure-Blooded Heavenly Dragon Egg. 10 million immortal stones. Puppet Sword Immortal. 10 million immortal stones. Portable Immortal Abode. 10 million immortal stones. There were too many treasures. It included immortal pills.
Immortal Chi, Special Type, Immortal Technique Manuals, Offensive and Defensive Immortal Artifacts. Without a doubt, if any of the treasures were to be obtained by a mortal, it would be a chance for them to rise to power. There were some special type treasures that none of the heroes present had even heard of. This is too scary. Xiao Han shook his head in horror as he read. Eldest senior brother. Look, there's a detailed explanation below each treasure. For example, the special type, Sword Immortal Puppet. It's a puppet created with expensive materials from the immortal world. It's a sword immortal. As long as enough energy is injected into it, it will be able to unleash world-destroying power. It can cause the sword immortal puppet to erupt with the power to destroy the world. A single strand of sword energy is enough to destroy an entire secular world. There's also the portable immortal abode. It's only the size of a storage ring, but it contains a huge world inside. Even a living person can enter it. There's also the pure-blooded heavenly dragon egg. It can give birth to a pure-blooded heavenly dragon. That's a ferocious creature that can crush everything. Xiao Mingchu was also dazed. However, he quickly gritted his teeth. It's too attractive. These treasures are like a dream to us mortals. It's hard to imagine. But we can't exchange for them. Who can afford to exchange for millions and tens of millions of immortal stones? Luo Tianyu howled in grief and indignation. They're really fooling us. Not to mention those immortal treasures and immortal artifacts. Even an immortal pill is worth 100,000 immortal stones. A jar of immortal chi is also worth 50,000 immortal stones. This is too expensive. For a time, dense sounds of booing, exclaiming, shaking their heads, and sighing resounded in the surroundings. Xiao Han was also sullen. He had more than 500,000 immortal stones in his hands. He thought he could use them to his heart's content in exchange for the items he needed, but in the end, he couldn't make ends meet. 500,000 immortal stones could only be exchanged for a few immortal pills. Moreover, if a mortal hastily used an immortal pill, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to enjoy it and would directly explode and die. Only a half-immortal could barely try to use immortal chi to temper his body and use immortal pills. After an unknown period of time, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice sounded again. Heroes, what do you think? My treasures are not bad, right? Do you feel like you're suffocating now? Ha ha. Let alone you mortals. Even ordinary true immortals would be moved when they see these treasures and would fight for them at all costs. Ha ha ha. Then this is only the treasures on the first floor. Enter the second floor, the third floor, and the fourth floor. Ha ha ha. The tens of millions of heroes were shaken to their core when they heard this. However, although the treasures were heaven-defying, they could only see them but not obtain them. Now, you must think that the amount of immortal stones needed to exchange for treasures is too much and you can't afford it, right? Ha ha ha. That's normal. If you only need a few or dozens of immortal stones to exchange for my treasures, wouldn't that be a joke? Now, all of you listen up. I'm going to announce an extremely important rule. Immortal Stones Competition. Immortal Stones Competition. The tens of millions of heroes held their breaths. The so-called Immortal Stones Competition, as the name suggests, is a competition to compete for immortal stones. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao used a voice that controlled everything and said slowly. Every hero that enters the giant hall is qualified to participate in the Immortal Stones Competition. In the Immortal Stones Competition, the winner will be rewarded with immortal stones. As for the specific rules, during this period of time, you can stay in this giant hall. After Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao said this, the tens of millions of heroes looked at the tiered courtyards and houses around the square. Then, all of them nodded in understanding. It turned out that these houses and courtyards were for the heroes to stay in. Staying in the giant hall for a day will cost 10 immortal stones. Every house in the giant hall has a small teleportation formation. Heroes that want to leave can teleport out at any time. Every day in the giant hall, there will be a round of competition. The heroes that participate in the competition will randomly choose their opponents and fight in the arena. The winner will not only win the stipulated immortal stones, but also all the immortal stones that the loser has. On the first day of the first round of competition, every winner will be rewarded with 20,000 immortal stones. On the second day of the second round of competition, every winner will be rewarded with 40,000 immortal stones. On the third day of the third round of competition, every winner will be rewarded with 80,000 immortal stones. On the fourth day of the fourth round of competition, every winner will be rewarded with 160,000 immortal stones. On the fifth day of the fifth round of competition, every winner will be rewarded with 320,000 immortal stones. During the process of the competition, the opponents will be randomly determined. During the competition, the heroes that have earned enough immortal stones can exchange for treasures that they like and then teleport away. Of course, they can also keep fighting. The winner of the competition will be determined by life and death. You can understand this competition as a battle of life and death. The heroes that participate in the competition don't have to participate every day. They can choose any day to participate in the competition. The number of immortal stones that are rewarded every day is different. The more it goes on, the more immortal stones that are rewarded every day. Of course, the later it goes, the more dangerous it will be, and the stronger the opponents will be. During the process of the competition, as long as you have enough immortal stones, you can exchange for treasures at will. However, offensive and defensive immortal treasures can be exchanged, but they are not allowed to be used during the competition. Exchanging for treasures, applying to participate in the competition, and applying to teleport away are all done in the accommodation area, in the courtyard of the houses. Every day that you stay will cost 10 immortal stones. If you don't have enough immortal stones, you will be expelled. Chapter 472. Celestial Stone Competition. Tens of millions of heroes held their breath. They pricked up their ears and listened carefully. It turns out that we have to earn celestial stones through the Celestial Stone Competition, then accumulate enough to exchange for treasures. We can also exchange for various celestial keys to enter the second level. I understand now. In this case, I completely understand. Xiao Han's mind was completely clear. He was no longer confused. Not only Xiao Han, but tens of millions of heroes also understood the rules now. Every day, every chivalrous hero present would have a chance to participate in a competition and have a chance to fight. Every time they defeated an opponent, they would be rewarded with celestial stones, and all the celestial stones of the loser. However, victory or defeat was determined by life and death. This was a true battle of death. However, the heroes present were all well-trained heroes. They had experienced countless dangers in their lives. The reason why they could achieve what they had today was because they climbed out of mountains of corpses and seas of bones. Therefore, most of the monsters were not afraid of death. Instead, they were excited. Roar! Fight! It turns out that through fighting, they would obtain celestial stones, then exchange them for treasures, and even enter the second level. Ahahaha! That's great! Luck was involved in finding celestial stones, but there were no tricks in a real battle. This was a game where the winner takes all. That's great! That's great! Let's fight! I'll kill everyone who stands in my way. I'll kill them all. I'll plunder countless celestial stones. I'll exchange for countless treasures and enter the second level. Interesting, ha 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 ha. Earning celestial stones through fighting. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao is so great. The crowd was excited. The tens of millions of chivalrous heroes present were burning with passion, and all of them were burning with a desire to fight. It was unstoppable. Everyone's blood was boiling. Phew! Xiao Han exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. In his sea of consciousness, the liquid spirit power planet was tumbling. It emitted a warm current, making Xiao Han's whole body warm as if he was soaking in a hot spring. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He glanced sideways. Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the other heroes were also filled with fighting spirit. Eldest senior brother, are you also prepared to fight? Xiao Han asked. Yes, let's fight. Since I entered this giant hall, I won't hesitate to fight. Xiao Mingqiu said resolutely. Junior brother Xiao Han, I'm not an impulsive person. The wind is rising and the clouds are surging. Brother's combat strength is indeed weak. However, this was only the first round of the Immortal Stones competition. I still want to participate in the second round. However, eldest senior brother, in every round of the competition, the opponents are randomly selected. If you encounter a powerful opponent, victory or defeat will be decided by life and death. Then, Xiao Han was slightly worried. Junior brother Xiao Han, if I die in battle, please bring my remains back to the Unity Mountain Range and bury me there. Xiao Mingchu said resolutely. At that moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was heard again. What do you think? Dear heroes, the Immortal Stone competition is very interesting, right? However, this emperor will give you a word of warning here. In the secular world, all of you must be arrogant and unruly, and your temperaments must be very tenacious. However, life and death are more important. You must understand one thing. Know when to stop. If you're not strong enough, don't fight. In the end, you'll probably die in the arena and the immortal stones you've accumulated might be taken away by your opponent. Instead, you'll benefit others. So once you've obtained enough immortal stones and exchanged them for treasures you like, you can retreat and leave the giant hall. Of course, there are some arrogant heroes who want to enter the second level of my treasure. That's fine too. As long as you accumulate 5 million immortal stones, you'll be able to exchange for the red immortal key. The violet immortal key that I mentioned earlier is the most precious, the only one, and priceless. Haha. Now I'll tell you. The violet immortal key can only be obtained by the champion of the Celestial Stone competition. In other words, the winner of the final round. As soon as this was said, there was a commotion in the crowd. The champion of the Immortal Stone competition can only obtain the purple immortal key? No. There's no need for that. The only benefit of the purple immortal key is that it can bring 200 people into the second level. There's nothing special about it. Why take the risk to fight to the final round? There's always someone stronger than you. Anyway, my bottom line is to get a red immortal key and leave. I don't want to enter the second level. I just want to exchange for an immortal weapon. If I accumulate enough immortal stones, I won't exchange for an immortal key. Instead, I'll take the immortal weapon and leave. When I return to the plane, I'll become an ancestor and live a carefree life. My bottom line is to exchange for some immortal pills and immortal chi. Every hero can be exchanged for multiple immortal keys. Furthermore, only those with immortal keys can enter the second layer of restrictions in my treasure trove. According to the rules, the hero with the immortal key can bring others into the second level according to the quality of the immortal key. Note that the immortal key is yours. Therefore, there's no restriction on bringing others in. You can bring in ordinary mortals above 10,000 years old. You can even bring in immortals. Haha. Do you understand now? Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao laughed playfully. In other words, in the second level of my treasure, there's a possibility of mortals and immortals searching for treasures together. Ha ha ha. Isn't it getting more and more interesting? The second level of my treasure will open after 10 years. Immortals and ordinary mortals above 10,000 years old can't directly enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. But the heroes here can bring them in after obtaining the immortal key. Xiao Han had a subtle feeling in his heart. Alright, I've finished announcing all the rules. You can take your time to digest it. Tomorrow, the Immortal Stone competition will officially begin. Now, you can choose your own courtyard and house in this giant hall. Remember, in the giant hall, you're not allowed to make any noise, curse or kill each other. Heroes must fight and kill each other. You must pass the Immortal Stone competition. Usually, whoever dares to act rashly will be killed by a trace of my spirit sense. Disperse. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice disappeared without a trace. Not long after, Xiao, on the square, the densely packed heroes began to fly towards the surrounding terraced field houses and courtyards. Although there were more than 40 million heroes on the square. However, the terraced field buildings seemed to go straight to the sky. They were large enough to accommodate many heroes. Eldest senior brother. Let's find a place to stay first. Xiao Han smiled at the heroes of his plane. Those who don't have immortal stones on hand, I can lend you guys a place to stay first. Each house and courtyard needed to consume 10 immortal stones a day. Some of the heroes of Xiao Han's plane also had some. After entering the giant hall, they did not have many immortal stones left on hand. Let's go. Xiao Mingchu was the first to float in the air. Xiao Han and the dozens of heroes of his plane.
They controlled their true chi and rose steadily until they reached the thousands of floors of the terraced field buildings. Only then did they find a large courtyard house that was not occupied by the heroes of other planes. Every single courtyard. The doors were tightly shut, and there was a groove in each door. Xiao Han flipped his right hand and threw 10 immortal stones into the groove. In the next moment, creak, the courtyard door opened. A beam of light shone on Xiao Han's body, causing his entire body to be filled with an inexplicable power. It pulled slightly towards the inside of the courtyard. And this courtyard produced a repulsive force towards Xiao Mingqiu and the others who were standing beside Xiao Han. It seems that this courtyard only allows me to enter. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. Then, Xiao Han took out thousands of immortal stones from his storage ring and handed them to Xiao Mingqiu. Eldest senior brother, take these immortal stones first. You can distribute them to everyone. I'll enter this courtyard to take a look first. We'll come out and talk later. Thousands of immortal stones? Xiao Mingqiu took the immortal stones from Xiao Han's hand, his face full of shock. Junior brother Xiao Han, you really found so many immortal stones. It's amazing. Ha ha ha, thousands of immortal stones can't be exchanged for anything. Xiao Han shook his head and laughed. Then, Xiao Han directly flashed and entered the courtyard. In the courtyard. This courtyard was about 12 acres in size, planted with many immortal trees, jade trees, and jade flowers. The treetops were full of immortal fruits. Some were shaped like apples, some were shaped like grapes, and some were shaped like watermelons. The fragrance of the fruit was strong, causing one to feel refreshed and drool at the slightest whiff of this fragrance. TSK. So fragrant. Xiao Han could not help but pluck an apple and bite it. The flesh of the fruit simply melted in his mouth, and his lips and teeth emitted a fragrance. His entire body was extremely comfortable, as if there were countless small hands massaging the blood vessels in his body. This should be the immortal fruit. If mortals eat it, their lives will be prolonged. Xiao Han had a face full of admiration. Then, he walked towards the wooden house in the shade of the orchard. Inside the exquisite and elegant wooden house, the furnishings were simple, fresh, and refined. A bed, a chair, a table, a stove, and a praying mat. However, the strange thing was that in the middle of the wooden house, there was a light screen that was as smooth as a mirror. On the light screen, there were some patterns and words. Xiao Han walked towards the light screen with great interest. He looked carefully with rapt attention. He saw that at the bottom of the light screen, there were a few icons. The first icon was the prototype of a teleportation formation. The following note: spiritual wave contact, can teleport out of this emperor's treasure. The second icon was the prototype of an arena. The following note: spiritual wave contact, request to participate in the Immortal Stone competition. Every demon hero is only allowed to participate in one round of the Immortal Stone competition every day. The competition opponent will be randomly selected. The third icon was the prototype of a treasure chest. The following note: spiritual wave contact, request to exchange immortal stones for treasure. The fourth icon was the prototype of a key. The following note: spiritual wave contact, request to exchange immortal stones for 7-colored immortal key. This is really interesting. Xiao Han was slightly stunned, and then he smiled faintly. Then, he stretched his waist and walked towards the window. Outside the window was a huge garden planted with all kinds of immortal world flowers. A delicate fragrance curled up in the air, causing one to forget the mundane world. Immortal Stone competition. Xiao Han muttered to himself. In his mind, he was already thinking quickly. Chapter 473. This immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's idea is indeed unique. Many evil heroes use the arena battle method to obtain immortal stones as rewards and then exchange them for treasures. Xiao Han leaned against the window and frowned slightly. This immortal stone competition is a bit of a pity for me. Unfortunately, in Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair, my demonic power and demonic techniques are almost completely restricted, causing my battle strength to be severely affected. Now, I can only rely on my mental strength to activate my natal saber chi to fight. Among the countless geniuses, Xiao Han's true chi realm was a complete joke. His expanded meridian realm cultivation was completely at the bottom. The strength of his physical body was also unable to compete with the other evil heroes. His only trump card was the great accomplishment saber intent. However, the natal saber chi existed in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Every time it was used, it would take a long time to replenish. In this way, every time I use up my natal saber chi, it will take a long time to replenish it. But this immortal stone competition has 1 round a day, so I can't persist in fighting in every round. Furthermore, in the celestial stone competition, the opponents I will meet will be stronger as time goes on. At that time, it will be hard to say if my natal saber chi will be able to defeat them. This is a competition of life and death. The winner takes all, and the loser dies. I, Xiao Han, cannot fail. Therefore, during this immortal stone competition, I must try my best to increase my battle strength. Xiao Han knew his own strength. To increase his battle strength in a short period of time, there was no doubt that he had to work on his saber intent. This would make his saber intent even more flawless and powerful. To achieve a breakthrough in his saber intent, he had to increase his mental strength. I will be able to cultivate the extermination of heaven and earth mental technique to the 20th finger technique. Even break through the shackles and complete the 21st finger technique. Solidify my mental strength. After solidifying my mental strength, my saber intent will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. I might even be able to capture the gate of the saber realm more clearly. Once the gate of the saber realm is slightly opened, the ancient saber soul will be summoned out. I, Xiao Han, will be fearless and invincible against the tens of millions of demons present. I will try my best to increase my mental strength. Xiao Han finally decided on his path. Before this, my mental strength was restricted by my physical body, so I could not improve any further and was unable to complete the 20th finger technique of the extermination of heaven and earth mental technique. Therefore, in the final analysis, if you want to increase your mental strength, the first thing you have to do is to refine your physical strength. This will make my physical strength even more vigorous. Currently, Xiao Han's pure physical strength had reached tens of millions of cauldrons. However, with the support of the immortal golden body, but it was still less than 100 million. I have to think of a way to break through 100 million in pure physical strength. Xiao Han returned to the wooden house and stood in front of the mirror-like light screen in the middle of the wooden house. To increase the strength of my body, I can exchange for some body-tempering elixirs and forcefully improve it. Also, I can use the myriad beasts devouring art. Xiao Han released a strand of mental fluctuation and directly swept across the light screen. In the next moment, the pictures and words of various immortal pills and dharma treasures appeared. He entered Xiao Han's field of vision. Xiao Han's gaze flickered as he continued to read and decipher the items. Finally, his gaze landed on a few treasures. Earth Dragon Egg, 5 million immortal stones. Universe Kuan Pang Egg, 8 million immortal stones. Pure-blooded Heavenly Dragon Egg, 10 million immortal stones. Pure-blooded Qilin Egg, 10 million immortal stones. Pure-blooded Godly Beast Egg. Xiao Han was excited. The purity of these godly beasts' bloodlines must far surpass the pure-blooded Swanee and pure-blooded heavenly dragons I encountered in the Great Desolation Ancient Kingdom's Heavenly Dragon Empire. The so-called godly beasts raised by the Heavenly Dragon Empire were only wild beasts that had a little bit of godly beast bloodline. They were worlds apart from the godly beast eggs that Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao had collected. My myriad beasts devouring art can absorb and refine the life force of any godly beast and devour them to nourish and strengthen my body. The effect is heaven-defying. In other words, if I can obtain these divine beast eggs, even if I only obtain one of them and directly refine it to devour the life force of the divine beast, the strength of my flesh shell will skyrocket. At that time, I might even be able to lay the perfect foundation for breaking through to the 20th spiritual force finger technique. However, among these godly beast eggs, the lowest quality Earth Dragon Egg is worth 5 million immortal stones. I only have 500,000 immortal stones on hand. It's far from enough. I can't get it for now. Xiao Han was anxious. However, no matter how anxious he would not be able to earn immortal stones. The only way is to participate in the immortal stone competition, defeat the opponent, and obtain immortal stones as a reward. I have to accumulate enough immortal stones to exchange for these godly beast eggs as soon as possible. 5 million immortal stones is enough to exchange for a red immortal key that leads to the second floor of Celestial Emperor Ju Dao's treasure. However, there's no hurry. I'll exchange for treasures to cultivate first. These godly beast eggs are rare and can only be found by chance. If they're exchanged by other heroes and I miss this opportunity, it'll be too late for regrets. Xiao Han's mind raced for a while. Then, he changed his mind and scanned the immortal pill-type treasures. I can't buy any godly beast eggs at the moment. Then, let's see if there are any body refinement immortal pills that are suitable for me. Xiao Han's goal was very clear. Immortal pill type, Yin Yang Longevity Pill. Each pill is worth 100,000 immortal stones. 12897/50,000. Dragon Blood Pill. Each pill is worth 100,000 immortal stones. 23978/50,000. Starry Sky Life Extending Pill. Each pill is worth 100,000 immortal stones. 2876/100000. Immortality Pill. Each pill is worth 100,000 immortal stones. 476/100000. 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill. Each pill is worth 100,000 immortal stones. 11111/100000. Looks like the various immortal pills have already been exchanged for by the heroes. Xiao Han's body trembled as he stared at the light screen with his mind. Not good. The stock of various immortal pills is gradually decreasing. It turns out that I'm not the only one planning to exchange for immortal pills. Tens of millions of heroes, as long as they have enough immortal stones, are also exchanging for treasures. I have to quickly find body refinement immortal pills. Otherwise, they'll be exchanged for by other heroes. That'll be very bad. Xiao Han's mind quickly scanned the area. He examined the effects and characteristics of each immortal pill. After a few hundred breaths, finally. Thunder God Body Refinement Pill. A body refinement immortal pill refined by the Thunder Emperor, who is ranked 7th in the immortal world. It was black in color as if it was formed by the dark clouds in the sky. There were many lightning bolts in the shape of dragons and snakes flashing inside. After consuming it, one's physical body will gradually transform into the Thunder God Bone and the Thunder God Bloodline. The pores and cells of the Thunder God body will slightly open and communicate with the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth. The divine power of the entire body will be invincible. After cultivating the Thunder God Tyrant body, one will be able to tear immortals apart with their bare hands. Note, the medicinal effects of this pill are extremely overbearing and have extremely high requirements for one's physical body. If one's immortal body is not solid enough, there is a risk of exploding after consuming this pill. Among mortals, apart from those born with special bloodlines, those who consume this pill will die without a doubt. Each pill is worth 100,000 immortal stones. 848/10,000. Dao First Ancestral Body Pill. Tai Chi Combat Body Pill. Chaotic Tyrannical Body Pill. Berserk Demonic Body Pill. Purple Heaven Immortal Body Pill. Xiao Han discovered it. In the treasure vault of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor, there were many types of pills that could refine one's body. However, most of them were refined by immortals. If a mortal consumed them, the medicinal effects would immediately cause their body to explode and their soul to dissipate. They would be as dead as a doornail. However, it seemed like mortals with special bloodlines could still barely consume these pills. The number of immortal pills is slowly decreasing. It seems like there are quite a few Taoists who have exchanged for immortal pills to refine their bodies. No. I have to exchange for them quickly. If I'm delayed for too long and run out of pills, who am I going to complain to? Soon, Xiao Han's mind began to compare and select the various immortal pills. In the end, he chose the Thunder God Body Tempering Pill. I'll choose this Thunder God Body Tempering Pill. After all, the pill refined by an immortal emperor ranked 7th in the immortal world must be terrifyingly high quality. Furthermore, even though I don't have a special bloodline, I've cultivated the immortal golden body technique. Strictly speaking, I'm not considered immortal. I should be able to resist the strong medicinal effects for a while and won't explode and die. With that thought, Xiao Han's spiritual force came into contact with the symbol on the light screen. Then, he locked onto the Thunder God body tempering pill. In next to no time, an indifferent voice sounded out from the screen of light. Junior, Thunder God's body tempering pill. 100,000 immortal stones for one. Put in enough immortal stones and you can immediately obtain the corresponding Thunder God's body tempering pill. I'll exchange for 4 pills first. Xiao Han took out 400,000 immortal stones from his storage ring and put them all into the light screen. The light screen absorbed all the immortal stones. Then, whoosh 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 whoosh, 4 pills mysteriously flew out from the light screen and floated in front of Xiao Han. They were within his reach. For a moment, the whole wooden house was filled with a strange fragrance. Lightning bolts that were as dense as dragons rolled out from the 4 elixirs. In an instant, they swam around the wooden house, and a heavy pressure enveloped the whole house. It caused Xiao Han to feel a chill all over his body. These lightning god's body tempering pills were pitch black in color, as if they were condensed from the dark clouds in the sky. Each pill was only the size of a walnut, but the interior of the pill seemed to contain a small world of lightning. Numerous lightning bolts in the shape of dragons and snakes constantly flickered, and within them, there were streaks of lightning that were as thick as buckets. They were entwined by a large formation, and indistinctly, a hymn that came from ancient times could be heard. Heavens! An immortal pill! This is an immortal pill. As expected, it's not something that the pills of the mortal world can compare to. Even the #1 genius alchemist, Yan Lang, in the countless planes of the heavens, is absolutely unable to refine such an immortal pill. It's too terrifying. It's as if each pill is a world of its own. Xiao Han held the 4 Thunder God body tempering pills in his hand, and his entire body immediately felt as if it was immersed in violent lightning. It was a ghastly sight. What a pity! I only have these few immortal stones, so I can only exchange for these 4 immortal pills. If I could exchange for 40 or even 400, that would be great. Good. I, Xiao Han, will use these Thunder God body tempering pills to refine my body. It will nourish and strengthen my body. It will allow the strength of my body to soar again. Chapter 474. Xiao Han spent 400,000 immortal stones to exchange for 4 immortal pills, the Thunder God's body tempering pill. He was prepared to refine his body. At this moment, the Yun chivalrous token in his arms emitted a fluctuation. Xiao Han took it out and scanned it with his mind. It was a message from Xiao Mingqiu. Junior brother Xiao Han, we've settled down. Come out if you're free. Okay, eldest senior brother. I'll come out now, Xiao Han replied. Then, he put the 4 Thunder God's body tempering pills into his storage ring and walked out of the wooden house. Outside the wooden house where Xiao Han was staying. In a garden. Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, a few chivalrous heroes, and Xiao Han's 5 chivalrous hero slaves gathered together. The sky was turning dark. The sky was filled with twinkling stars. Under the magnificent light, the entire terraced residential area seemed to be covered with a layer of clouds, like a dream. Xiao Han scanned the area with his mind and found that countless chivalrous heroes had already walked out of their wooden houses and were standing on the garden platform in front of the house, chatting in groups of 2 or 3. Xiao Han walked toward Xiao Mingqiu and the others. Junior brother Xiao Han, we've settled down. The immortal stones you gave me are enough for us to stay in this residential area for a long time, Xiao Mingqiu said with a smile. Xiao Han nodded. Then he said in a low voice. Eldest senior brother, have you decided to participate in the first round of the Immortal Stone competition tomorrow? Hearing this, Xiao Mingqiu's eyes flashed with a hint of relief. Tomorrow I'll fight. Xiao Mingqiu paused for a moment before continuing. Junior brother Xiao Han, I'm not the only one who's decided to fight tomorrow. Almost all the chivalrous heroes in our plane are going to fight and will not back down. Master, tomorrow. We'll fight too, Xiao Han's 5 chivalrous hero slaves said in a clear voice. Then, all right. Xiao Han smiled helplessly. To ease the atmosphere, Xiao Han pretended to be relaxed. Eldest senior brother, I believe that you'll be able to overcome all obstacles and turn misfortune into fortune.
Heh, I'm just afraid that the chivalrous heroes in our plane will encounter each other. After all, the opponent that every chivalrous hero fights against is random. Ha ha ha. Xiao Mingqiu and the others laughed. Junior brother Xiao Han, almost all of the 40 million fiends are participating in the Immortal Stone competition. Thus, we are both demons of the same plane, in a situation of mutual strife. The possibility of that happening is very small. Xiao Mingqiu laughed and then teased. Junior brother Xiao Han, if the two of us were to encounter each other, then, ha ha ha, that would be fun. Xiao Han was also speechless. Junior brother Xiao Han, I presume you'll be participating in the Immortal Stone competition tomorrow, right? Xiao Mingqiu asked. This. Xiao Han hesitated for a moment. Eldest senior brother, I haven't made up my mind yet. Perhaps I won't be participating in the first few rounds of the competition. That's right, the rewards for the first few rounds of the competition were relatively small. Thus it was not attractive enough for Xiao Han. Besides, Xiao Han was planning to refine the immortal pills perfectly before taking part in the competition. Alright, junior brother Xiao Han, you have your own plans. I won't interfere with your thoughts. Xiao Mingqiu nodded. Eldest senior brother, I will definitely watch your competition tomorrow. Xiao Han said solemnly. One night, Xiao Han, Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the others chatted in this garden until the early hours of the next day. They chatted about everything under the sky. One had to know that Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the others would participate in the competition once the sky brightened. Thus, this night might be the last night that the brothers would spend together. They cherished every minute and every second of it. The next day arrived. The first ray of light of the morning descended from the sky. Along with Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice transmission, chivalrous heroes, please enter your residences. From now on, you can participate in the Immortal Stone competition that will take place every day. I wish you good luck. The first day of the Immortal Stone competition, the winner of the first round will receive 20,000 Immortal Stones as a reward. Wow! The entire terraced field area resounded with the exclamations and excited voices of countless demons. Then, each of the demons returned to their own wooden houses. Junior brother Xiao Han, I'll go first. Xiao Mingqiu glanced at Xiao Han. Remember, if I die in battle, junior brother, please bury my corpse in the Harmony Mountain range. Eldest senior brother, you must have great luck. You won't die here. Xiao Han stretched out his hand and shook hands with Xiao Mingqiu. At this moment, the brotherhood reached its strongest and most splendid peak. Let's go. Xiao Mingqiu turned around and returned to his wooden house with Luo Tianyu and a few demons. You guys be careful too, Xiao Han instructed his 5 demon slaves. Xiao Mingqiu returned to his wooden house. At this moment, Xiao Mingqiu's eyes were filled with a blazing desire to fight, as well as the determination to fight to the death to survive. Xiao Mingqiu came to the light screen in the middle of the wooden house. With a mental fluctuation, he directly triggered the icon to apply for the Immortal Stone competition. Junior, I admire your courage very much. Welcome to the first round of the Immortal Stone competition. Your first opponent will be randomly selected. Now, put your Immortal Stones into the brocade bag. An indifferent voice came from the light screen. Then, a beam of light was reflected from the light screen. Whoosh! After the beam of light condensed, it floated in front of Xiao Mingqiu. It was a light yellow brocade bag the size of a fist. Ha! Xiao Mingqiu was stunned, but he still took out the Immortal Stones from his storage ring. There were a total of 287 Immortal Stones, all given to him by Xiao Han. Xiao Mingqiu put all 287 Immortal Stones into the light yellow brocade bag. The light yellow brocade bag hummed and slowly moved to the top of Xiao Mingqiu's head. Begin choosing opponent. Hua, hua, hua. In the light screen, a strange light burst out, and a vortex appeared. The next moment, Junior, your opponent has been randomly selected. Then, I wish you good luck. Boom! The vortex in the light screen suddenly exploded with a strong suction force, and Xiao Mingqiu's entire body was directly pulled into the light screen. On a square-shaped arena. This arena seemed to be located in a gap between space and time. There was only chaos in all directions. Xiao Mingqiu stood on the arena, and above his head, a light yellow brocade bag floated. In front of Xiao Mingqiu, tens of meters away, stood a black Taoist. This black Taoist had a braid, and he was short. His gaze was fierce, like a cheetah, and he carried two long and narrow sabers on his back. He glared at Xiao Mingqiu with a fiendish expression. Above his head, there was also a light yellow brocade bag that was exactly the same as Xiao Mingqiu's. An indifferent voice floated on the arena. The first day, the first round of the Immortal Stone competition, begin. 2 Taoists participating in the competition. They each have 287 Immortal Stones. 1001 Immortal Stones. The winner will plunder the loser's Immortal Stones. The reward for this round is 20,000 Immortal Stones. Roar! Bastard! The black Taoist licked his lips, and his killing intent exploded. In his body, streams of light shone. Waves of true energy of various colors rolled and rotated, and talisman formations rose from his body. Kill! Bastard, I will kill you. I will sacrifice your life to my saber. True energy level 8 talisman formation realm, the same realm as me. After entering the arena, Xiao Mingqiu's entire body stabilized, and he was as steady as a rock. Come. In Xiao Han's wooden house. Xiao Han stood next to the light screen, and his expression was extremely anxious and filled with great worry. It has begun. Today's Immortal Stone competition has begun. Eldest senior brother and the others are participating, and in this light screen, we can see some scenes of the competition. I wonder who eldest senior brother's opponent is. Xiao Han's spirit wave swept across the light screen in a frenzy, rolling and rolling. One by one, the scenes alternated and appeared, as if looking at flowers on horseback. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Dang. You are too weak. Dang. I will kill you. Ha 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 ha. You actually have more than 10,000 Immortal Stones. All of them are mine. Ha 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 ha. One by one, bloody scenes appeared in Xiao Han's spirit wave sweep. On the arena, some demons crushed their opponents in one move. In some battles, the disparity between the strong and the weak was too great. Xiao Han even saw a battle between a true energy level 9 true treasure realm and a true energy level 6 expanded meridian realm. In a breath, the expanded meridian demons were crushed into pieces. Of course, there was no lack of demons with similar strength, and they fought to the death, with broken limbs and bodies. It was extremely tragic. Xiao Han's spirit wave was extremely powerful, and in a breath, he could flip through tens of thousands of battle scenes. Eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother's battle scenes. Quickly find eldest senior brother's battle scenes. Xiao Han was anxious to find Xiao Mingqiu's battle scenes in the first round. He was a little worried. It was shocking. Not long later, in the light screen, the scene froze. On an arena, there was chaos all around. Boom! A black demon slashed at Xiao Mingqiu with his saber, and the saber chi shot out, turning into an evil dragon burning with black demonic flames, biting at Xiao Mingqiu. At the critical moment, Xiao Mingqiu's body turned into an afterimage, and he skillfully dodged this ultimate killing technique. In the next moment, poof, from Xiao Mingqiu's body, a giant flaming bird flew out. Its body was formed by countless true talismans, and it even formed talisman arrays, and the heat waves were monstrous. Ah! The giant flaming bird's huge body suddenly shrank to the size of a palm, and instantly passed through the black demon's body. The black demon let out a miserable howl like a wild wolf, and it tore his heart and lungs apart. His body burned and exploded. At the same time, a voice came from the light screen. The first round of the Celestial Stone competition on the first day has ended. The winner will receive a reward of 20,000 Celestial Stones and 1,001 Celestial Stones from the loser's brocade pouch. Phew, Xiao Mingqiu's body relaxed, and looking at his facial expression, he suddenly knelt on the ground as if he had collapsed. I won! Suddenly, Xiao Mingqiu roared, as if he was venting to his heart's content. Ah! My eldest senior brother won. Ha 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 ha. In the wooden house, Xiao Han also burst into hysterical laughter. Then, Xiao Han continued to use his mental power to flip through many scenes of the Celestial Stone competition. Xiao Han realized that the demons of his dimension and his 5 demon slaves were all unbelievably lucky. In the first round of the competition,
Almost all the opponents they encountered were weak. In Xiao Han's dimension, only 3 demons lost their lives. The rest all passed. Each of them won at least 20,000 celestial stones. Among them, one of Xiao Han's slaves defeated an opponent and obtained 40,987 celestial stones from the opponent. It could be said that he had made a huge profit. A few hours later. Through my mental power, I found that on the first day, the first round of the Celestial Stone competition only took place about 2 million times. In other words, out of the 40 million demons, only 4 million people participated in the competition on the first day. There are about 30 million demons who are watching. Perhaps they think that the Celestial Stone's reward for the first round of the competition on the first day is too little, and it is not worth participating. Alright, since eldest senior brother and big brother Luo Tianyu are both safe and sound, then I can finally put my heart at ease. Alright, I'll cultivate too. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the couch and took out a Thunder God's body tempering pill. The room was filled with lightning. Chapter 475. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the bed. His mind calmed down. His saber intent cut off all distracting thoughts, and he gradually entered a state of no thoughts. The cells in his body opened and closed rhythmically. Rays of golden light shot out, making Xiao Han feel as if he was bathing in endless rays and golden light. He held the Thunder God's body tempering pill in his hand. Rays of lightning, thin and dense, slithered into Xiao Han's body like snakes and dragons. Xiao Han's body seemed to be illuminated by the lightning. Occasionally, it would show a transparent state. Traces of heavenly realm lightning could be seen swimming in Xiao Han's body. In Xiao Han's bones, organs, meridians, and blood, there was a sizzling sound. Xiao Han frowned slightly. I haven't taken this pill, but the medicinal aura has turned into lightning and seeped into my body. Yes, a mortal body can't absorb the medicinal effect of this pill. Instead, my body will burn and explode. The strength of my body is already extraordinary in the mortal world, but it is still very difficult for me to resist the medicinal effect of this Thunder God's body tempering pill. Boom, boom, boom. Inside Xiao Han's body, there were waves of terrifying muffled thunder. Thunder shook. Xiao Han didn't use the indestructible golden body. He used the strength of his body to resist for a while. After about 2 hours, Xiao Han gradually couldn't take it anymore. Indestructible golden body. Suddenly, the golden light on Xiao Han's body was restrained. The indestructible golden body was activated to the extreme by Xiao Han. Waves of heat surged and surged in Xiao Han's body. Like water flooding a mountain, it washed through Xiao Han's body. Finally, the golden light and the lightning intertwined. Xiao Han didn't move. With his mind, the golden light formed by the indestructible golden body started to swallow and refine the lightning. The lightning divine light turned into spots of light. It quickly fused into Xiao Han's organs, bones, blood, and every pore of his cells. Nourish. Grow. Then, waves of numbing warmth quickly spread to Xiao Han's limbs and bones. Even the liquid mental power planet in his brain felt as if it was soaking in a hot spring. Full of satisfaction. Endless pleasure. Inadvertently, the strength of Xiao Han's flesh shell increased a little bit. All right. The indestructible golden body did not disappoint me. The indestructible golden body can help me refine the immortal pill. Xiao Han no longer hesitated and finally put the Thunder God's body tempering pill in his hand into his mouth. Although Xiao Han was eager to refine the Lightning God's body tempering pill for the sake of the Celestial Stone competition, Xiao Han didn't dare to do so. In order to pave the way for him to break through the 20th spiritual finger technique of the destroying heavens decimating earth spiritual technique, Xiao Han would definitely not act rashly. The battle just now was quite enlightening for me. My opponent was actually very strong, but he underestimated me too much. That's why I was able to take advantage of him. In our plane, it's extremely difficult for me to meet an expert of this level, let alone a life and death battle like the one just now. I seem to have understood something. Even the true acupoints that have been sealed for a long time have loosened a little. Brother Xiao, in other words, the battle just now has given you some accumulation, causing the bottleneck of your cultivation to loosen a little? Luo Tianyu said in surprise. Yes. I'm at the 8th stage True Qi realm, the Talisman Formation realm, and my body has opened 78 true acupoints, but I've never succeeded in breaking through to the 79th true acupoint. I don't know how many times I've failed. I've been trapped in this realm of 78 true acupoints for as long as 100 years. However, after experiencing the battle just now, I can vaguely sense the location of the 79th true acupoint, and my soul is throbbing. It seems like it's time for me to break through my bottleneck. Congratulations, Brother Xiao. Luo Tianyu and the other fiend heroes congratulated him. Luo Tianyu and the other evil heroes said joyfully. At this time, Luo Tianyu said again. That's right, Brother Xiao. I just sent a message to Brother Xiao Han, but he hasn't replied. I don't know what Brother Xiao Han is doing right now. Today, he didn't participate in the first round of the first day of the Immortal Stone competition. We don't need to care about Junior Brother Xiao Han's matters. He knows what he's doing. I firmly believe that his talent is not inferior to any of the geniuses in any secular plane. Xiao Mingqiu said solemnly after a pause. Everyone, return to your wooden houses and continue your cultivation. At this critical moment of life and death, under the tense atmosphere of the Immortal Stone competition, we will all obtain an indescribable accumulation, and our cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Don't waste time. Go back and cultivate. Sharpening a spear at the last moment is not bright, but it's still bright. With a slight increase in strength, our chances of survival will also increase by a little. All right. Everyone go back and cultivate. I'm going to go into seclusion for 3 days. During these 3 days of the Immortal Stone competition, I won't participate. I will directly participate in the 5th round of the Immortal Stone competition on the 5th day. One of Xiao Han's slaves said with certainty. At this time, boom, a wave of pressure that could cause one's willpower to collapse. In an instant, it enveloped Xiao Mingqiu and the others. Xiao Mingqiu and the others all felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Their entire bodies trembled, as if they were being stared at by some ferocious beast. Everyone raised their heads in fear. They only saw a giant was standing in the void. He walked down with large strides. Around his body, the space was completely distorted. Under the distorted space, it was impossible to distinguish his appearance. People could only vaguely see that his skin was black. It was a black man. Who? Xiao Mingqiu said with a trembling voice. Trash. You bunch of trash. You pigs and dogs. You. That black man stretched out his finger and pointed at Xiao Mingqiu. You bastard. You actually dared to kill my most beloved and youngest disciple. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Kino was only 300 years old. He was so young. Under my nurturing, he would definitely become an immortal in the future. I didn't expect that he would be killed by a filthy creature from such a small plane like you. Damn it. Evil creature. His voice contained boundless resentment and hatred, as well as a terrifying evil intent. His voice rumbled and the surrounding space trembled as if it was about to shatter. It shouldn't have. Kino shouldn't have listened to my advice and participated in the first round of the Immortal Stone competition on the first day. That black man sighed with regret. So the black man that I killed on the arena just now was your disciple? Xiao Mingqiu completely understood and immediately smiled coldly. Sir, the Immortal Stone competition is decided by life and death. Moreover, the opponents are randomly selected. After entering the arena, if he doesn't die, then I will. This is the rule set by Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Shut up. Kino can kill a filthy fellow like you, but you can't kill Kino. Now, I will give you a chance. You, immediately self-destruct. No, all of you must die. All the heroes in your plane, kill yourselves now. Self-destruct and die. Be buried with my beloved disciple, Kino. That black man's voice was fierce and his eyes were about to pop out as he roared. I will give all of you a chance. All of you commit suicide. This way, all living beings in your small plane will not be buried with you. Although this black man was strong, he didn't dare to violate the rules set by Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. He absolutely didn't dare to kill people outside of the Immortal Stone arena.
Otherwise, he would be obliterated. Brother Xiao, don't bother with this person. Let's go back. Luo Tianyu timidly pulled Xiao Mingchu. Xiao Mingchu and the other chivalrous heroes returned to their respective wooden houses. Roar! A group of ants. I will remember all of you. After I get out of this genius zone, I will definitely destroy your plane. I will refine all living beings in your plane alive. And you evil creatures, you better not meet me in the immortal stone competition, or else. Roar! Chapter 476. After roaring for a while, the Black Yao warrior left in a huff. In a garden not far from where Xiao Han and the others were staying, a few arrogant and indifferent men watched the scene of the Black Yao warrior threatening Xiao Mingchu. Heh, these ants. A giant man covered in black scale armor with an aura like that of an ancient deity that split the heavens and earth apart. Between his brows, there were endless flames and lightning intertwining. He withdrew his disdainful gaze and looked at the other men with powerful auras. The few of us didn't participate in the first round of the first day of the Celestial Stone competition. However, we all used our psychic waves to read and watch the competition today. Too boring. Really too boring. It's like children playing house. Ha 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 ha. A true expert will not appear on the first day. The reward for the first day is merely 20,000 immortal stones. I don't care about it at all even if you give it to me for free. A devilish man with reddish-brown skin, an incomparably powerful golden sword light flashing above his head, and an unstoppable aura smiled mysteriously. The few of us, at least among the tens of millions of evil heroes, are outstanding powerhouses. Although we come from different planes, we appreciate each other and have become good friends. In our eyes, those weaklings are no different from pigs. In a few days, we'll all enter the Celestial Stone competition. At that time, I hope we'll meet some slightly stronger fellows. Otherwise, it'll be too boring. Ha ha ha. A majestic white-robed man who seemed to have formed his own world and the space around him seemed to be under his control laughed. Friends, perhaps we will become enemies. A chestnut-haired youth in hemp garments looked extremely indifferent. He was playing with an immortal pill in his hand. Naga. The other Yao warriors all looked at him with fear. They looked at the chestnut-haired youth in hemp garments. Naga, tens of millions of Yao warriors randomly choosing their opponents. I'm afraid it will not be easy for us to meet him. Things are never coincidental. Am I right? Ha ha ha. The brown-skinned man with a powerful golden sword light above his head frowned. He immediately asked, Naga, when are you going to enter? It doesn't matter. It's killing anyway. I'll enter tomorrow to play. Naga smiled indifferently. Naga, you monster. Listen to the people in your plane. You can kill 1,000 ultimate mutated demon emperors with a single slash. You're amazing. If you join the battle, it'll be too bloody. You're too bloody. The giant man with black scales said with a smile. To be honest, I don't want to meet you. Naga, your goal is to become the champion of the Immortal Stone competition and obtain the most precious purple immortal key. I'm not as ambitious as you. I only earned enough immortal stones to exchange for some treasures and immortal keys to enter the second floor. I will be teleported out. Champion, you can slowly fight for it. Naga's back was like a sword, his aura soaring into the sky. Fighting for the championship is of course my only goal and pursuit. Of course, I, Naga, am not afraid of geniuses. All geniuses will be trampled under my feet. Ha 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 ha, how ambitious. These powerful heroes all laughed in a slightly flattering manner. Then they all said, why don't we all go in and play tomorrow? Ha 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 ha. These supreme experts had gathered together and were talking loudly and boisterously. There were tens of millions of heroes here, and they disdained to interact with the weak. Suddenly, the giant man with black scales asked Naga. Naga, you've been fiddling with this immortal pill, the 3-life sword chi pill. However, I don't think you dare to use it rashly. We've exchanged for some immortal pills for fun. It's indeed a treasure that transcends the mortal world. However, with our current cultivation base, we don't dare to use it rashly. Even if we want to use it, we must use other medicines to supplement it. That's right.
It's impossible for mortals to directly use immortal pills. That's courting death. The few powerful heroes all agreed in unison. Heh. The corner of Naga's mouth pulled into a cold smile. Deep in his eye sockets, a hint of hidden disdain flashed past. Inside Xiao Han's wooden house. Xiao Han's mind was not distracted. He activated the indestructible golden body technique and refined the violent medicinal power of the Thunder God body refinement pill. Crackle! Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. Xiao Han, who was bathed in the golden light, had countless electric sparks flickering on his body. His entire person had turned into a man of electricity. Every pore on his body continuously emitted small electric arcs in the shape of dragons and snakes. Once the void in the wooden house came into contact with these electric arcs, it would quickly collapse and begin to melt. The power of these electric sparks was actually so great. This was only the outside. Within Xiao Han's body, the power of the electric arcs was even greater. If not for the protection of the indestructible golden body technique, Xiao Han would not have been able to withstand it. Even though Xiao Han had cultivated the indestructible golden body technique, this tyrannical body tempering technique, if it were anyone else, even if they had a half-immortal body, as long as they dared to absorb the electric arcs into their body, they would most likely be instantly vaporized by the electric flames. Not only did Xiao Han activate the indestructible golden body technique to resist the electric arcs, but the golden light that filled his body also continuously devoured and dissolved the electric arcs, causing the electric arcs in the shape of dragons and snakes to be dismembered into tiny electric arcs. Then, Xiao Han activated his mental strength and will, inch by inch, guided the huge medicinal power of the Thunder God pill into his body. A large amount of electric energy, the power of the Thunder God, nourished and tempered Xiao Han's body. Every inch of his skin, every meridian, and especially his bones, were actually absorbing the electric energy. Gradually, the pure white color of his bones became shiny. Indistinctly, on each of his bones, mysterious markings of the heavenly realm's Thunder God could be seen. Each of his bones had a strong evil-destroying and killing power. His physical strength had broken through the previous shackles, and now, it was rising steadily. 2 hours later, the electric arcs inside and outside of Xiao Han's body gradually dissipated, leaving only the brilliant and dazzling golden light shining. Absorbed completely. Xiao Han had perfectly absorbed the medicinal power of the Thunder God body refinement pill. Awesome! An immortal pill is indeed an immortal pill. Just one immortal pill made my physical strength pure. It broke through 100 million. Moreover, the effect of this Thunder God body refinement pill. Not only did it increase my strength, but it also made my body more well-proportioned and solid. Every muscle in my body is perfect and has the element of thunder and lightning. It seems. Xiao Han sorted out his words and then slapped his forehead. That's right. It's a celestial pill. Gradually, it changed my body a little. Xiao Han vaguely knew. In this universe, there were countless living beings, and among them there were some people with special physiques. This kind of person would not appear in 1 in a billion. Even in a large realm with billions of people, it was rare to find such a person. The tip of the iceberg. Tai Yi ancestral body. Purple heaven divine body. True dragon unparalleled body. Overwhelming immortal body. Beast king battle body. Cultivating the indestructible golden body refinement technique has changed my physique. It caused my physique to transform, and now, it has transformed into Thunder God tyrant body. Moreover, because of the transformation of his physique, Xiao Han could now perfectly perform 1 to 100 movements of the indestructible golden body incantation. Like floating clouds and flowing water, as if it was made by nature. This set of indestructible golden body incantation could be considered to have been completely cultivated. Xiao Han stood up and slightly stretched his muscles and bones. Now every wisp of lightning that shot out from his body was completely devoured and refined into his body. He had absorbed all the medicinal power of this Thunder God body refinement pill without a trace of wastage. Now, his entire person seemed to have slightly changed a little. His skin was crystal clear and fair, and there seemed to be nothing special about it. However, if one had a good eye, they would be able to see that every inch of his pores seemed to be a world of thunder and lightning. In both of his pupils, there were also faint lightning runes flashing, and the depths of every strand of his hair contained a trace of lightning from the celestial realm. All the bones in his body had grown a few inches taller,
and his height had increased a little. However, his physique was very well proportioned and did not look awkward. Instead, it looked very perfect. This kind of perfection was not the perfection of a weak scholar. Upon closer inspection, there was a strong sense of wildness and aggressiveness. His whole body had a kind of outward expansion, and it was extremely fierce and explosive. Between his movements, there was a kind of fierceness that could tear everything apart. Good, very good. Xiao Han was very satisfied. However, to completely transform my body into the Thunder God Tyrant body, just one Thunder God body refinement pill is completely not enough. Far from enough. Xiao Han calculated in his heart. His mental strength was extremely strong. Therefore, his calculation ability was also frighteningly meticulous. At least 10,000 Thunder God body refinement pills are needed to successfully evolve my body into the Thunder God Tyrant body. The Thunder God Tyrant body is one of the special celestial bodies in the upper realm. Cultivating the Thunder God Tyrant body will not lose to ordinary celestials in terms of body. But 10,000 Thunder God body refinement pills. Xiao Han felt his scalp go numb when he thought about it. It's too terrifying. One Thunder God body refinement pill is worth 100,000 celestial stones. Then, 1 billion celestial stones. Xiao Han almost fainted from the shock. Moreover, putting aside the celestial stones, there are less than 10,000 Thunder God body refinement pills in the Giant Hall's treasure vault. A lot of them have been exchanged by other heroes. Xiao Han felt a little headache. After thinking about it for a while, he put aside the distracting thoughts and consumed the remaining 3 Thunder God body refinement pills. The medicinal effects were all absorbed and refined, leaving not a single drop behind. Late at night, after consuming 4 Thunder God body refinement pills consecutively, Xiao Han's physique was further improved, and he had the embryonic form of the Thunder God Tyrant body. Moreover, his physical strength had reached 300 million cauldrons. At this moment, Xiao Han stretched out his hand slightly, and a large ball of electric light rose from the pores of his hand, crackling and tearing the air apart. Under the grasp of this Thunder God's hand, it seemed that nothing could escape. All right, I've used up all the elixirs, and my cultivation has come to an end. Tomorrow, I'll exercise a little and participate in the second round of the Celestial Stone competition. Celestial Stones. Now I need to earn a lot of Celestial Stones. At this moment, Xiao Han finally understood the importance of Celestial Stones. With Celestial Stones, he could exchange for more Thunder God body refinement pills. With Celestial Stones, he could exchange for divine beast eggs. With Celestial Stones, he could exchange for celestial weapons. With Celestial Stones, he could exchange for celestial keys to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure vault. Celestial Stones. Celestial Stones. Celestial Stones. Only by fighting and defeating opponents can I obtain Celestial Stones. Chapter 477. After taking 4 Thunder God body tempering pills in a row, Xiao Han's body gradually developed the rudimentary form of the Thunder God mighty body. It was an immortal body. Logically, it was almost impossible for mortals to take immortal pills, but Xiao Han was a freak. Everything he did was out of everyone's expectations. He completely did not play by the rules. It was heaven-defying. Once Xiao Han obtained 10,000 Thunder God body refinement pills, he would be able to cleanse his body and perfect his Thunder God tyrannical body. At that time, he would become one of the few monstrous geniuses in the mortal world who could condense a true immortal physique. The Thunder God mighty body was much stronger than most half-immortal bodies at the Tower Master level. Of course, Xiao Han was still very far away from the real Thunder God mighty body. Crackle! Electricity was spurting out of Xiao Han's pores. With a thought, Xiao Han used the spirit turtle's true qi and completely concealed his life force and bearing. Even the shadow of the heavenly realm Thunder World deep in his eye sockets was covered. Xiao Han looked very ordinary at first glance. In fact, it was very ordinary. The true qi cultivation methods I've practiced have basically all become useless now. Only the spirit turtle's true qi has remained in use until now. It's the only method I can use to hide my tracks. Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction. Then,
Xiao Han took out the evil hero token and sent a message to Xiao Ming-chu. Eldest senior brother, I haven't congratulated you on passing the first round of the Immortal Stone competition. If you have time, can you come out for a chat? We can have a good chat. As soon as the message was sent, Xiao Ming-chu replied, Junior brother Xiao Han, I'll wait for you in the garden outside. The sky was full of stars. The night was as beautiful as a painting. In the garden full of fragrant immortal fruits. Xiao Han plucked quite a few immortal fruits and wolfed them down, feeling extremely satisfied. Soon, Xiao Ming-chu, Luo Tianyu, many evil heroes from Xiao Han's dimension, and Xiao Han's 5 evil hero slaves all arrived at the garden to meet Xiao Han. The atmosphere tonight was particularly relaxed. There was no suffocating pressure like last night. Xiao Ming-chu and the others. He had successfully passed the first round of the Immortal Stone competition. Not only did he come back from the gates of hell, his temperament had also been tempered. Eldest senior brother, big brother Luo, I noticed that your auras seem to have changed? Xiao Han said in surprise. Ha 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 ha, little brother Xiao Han, you really have good eyesight. You can even perceive such a subtle change. Luo Tianyu laughed heartily. That's right. After today's battle of life and death, we've learned a lot. It's been a long time since I've had this feeling of hovering between life and death. It's very exciting. Xiao Ming-chu said meaningfully. Then, he looked at Xiao Han. Junior brother Xiao Han, if nothing unexpected happens, let's fight again. As long as I don't die, I will be able to officially step into the 9th stage of True Qi, the ranks of the True Treasure Realm. Congratulations, eldest senior brother. Xiao Han said with a sincere smile. After a pause, Xiao Han scanned the crowd again. By the way, what are your plans? Junior brother Xiao Han, we're going to go into seclusion for a few days to digest the insights we've gained today. After that, we'll fight again. I'm not in a hurry to fight again, Xiao Ming-chu said bluntly. Xiao Han, I'm going to fight again and gather enough immortal stones to exchange for an immortal pill. Then, I'll teleport away. After returning to the plane, I'll invite a top-notch alchemist. They'll concoct some neutralizing pills for me. After that, I'll try to consume this immortal pill. A sexy and charming female Taoist who was saved by Xiao Han in the hallucinatory demon palace smiled gently. She looked at Xiao Han with a deeply infatuated look. Little brother Xiao Han, I'm also going to fight a few more battles. If possible, I'd like to exchange for an immortal art manual, Luo Tianyu said smugly. Then he changed the topic. Little brother Xiao Han, what's your plan? When are you going to enter the battlefield? Tomorrow. Xiao Han stretched his body. Deep in his eye sockets, a fearless battle intent rose. I'll also enter the battlefield tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Junior brother Xiao Han, you're finally itching for a fight. Let's fight. I'm very optimistic about you. You've overcome all the obstacles and obtained a large number of immortal stones. Xiao Ming-chu said with a smile. However, he quickly reminded, but this immortal stone competition is also about luck. The opponents are randomly determined. I'm afraid that junior brother Xiao Han will encounter some abnormal monsters when you fight. This is indeed a headache, Luo Tianyu said with a frown. Little brother Xiao Han, after observing, we've all discovered that among the tens of millions of Taoists, there are some who are really too abnormal. Even their life levels are higher than the Taoists from the weaker planes. Even the elders of our plane are probably not a match for those monsters. There are even some Taoists who have hidden themselves well. Their strength has completely exceeded our estimation. Haha. Thank you for your advice, big brother Luo. But it's all right. My luck can't be that bad, right? Besides, tomorrow is the second round of the Immortal Stone competition. Even if I win, I'll only get 40,000 immortal stones as a reward. I'm afraid those monstrous geniuses won't even bother to participate. That should be the case. All right, junior brother Xiao Han, go back and rest first. Conserve your energy for tomorrow's battle. We'll all try to use our psyche waves to flip through the scenes of tomorrow's competition. I hope to find your battle scene so that we can cheer for you. Okay, then I'll go back first. Xiao Han smiled slightly. It was a silent night.
Time passed. Finally, the second day arrived. The first ray of light of the morning descended from the sky. Along with Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's voice transmission. Fellow Taoists, please enter the courtyard where you live. From now on, the second round of the Immortal Stone competition will officially begin on the second day. Ha! You've roughly looked through the first round of the competition yesterday through your psyche waves, right? You should all be very clear about the rules, right? In that case, everyone stop watching and fight. I hope that you can continue to work hard, fight steadily, and soar all the way. The second day of the Immortal Stone competition, the second round. The winner will receive 40,000 Immortal Stones as a reward. In Xiao Han's wooden house. Xiao Han stood in front of the light screen. In the depths of Xiao Han's eye sockets, there was already a burning battle intent, rolling and steaming. His entire body was like a beautiful pearl or a beautiful jade, shining brightly with lightning flashes in between. In a trance, the image of the world of lightning in the celestial realm appeared in his eyes, and the liquid mental power planet in his brain and sea of consciousness appeared. With a slight rhythm, a thick natal saber chi, like an ancient divine dragon, entrenched in the middle of Xiao Han's spiritual power planet, being nourished by the spiritual power. Occasionally, a trace of supreme saber chi would seep out of Xiao Han's sea of consciousness, cutting the air, making a sizzling sound. Get ready to fight! Hey! Yesterday, in the first round of the Immortal Stone competition, more than 40 million Taoists, only 4 million people participated. Less than 10% of the participating Taoists survived. I wonder how many Taoists will participate today. I wonder who my first opponent will be. What will it look like? Forget it, I don't care, fight! Suddenly, Xiao Han's psyche wave directly triggered the application for the Immortal Stone competition. Junior, I admire your courage very much. Welcome to the second day, the second round of the Immortal Stone competition. Your opponent will be randomly determined. Put your Immortal Stones into the brocade pouch. An indifferent voice came from the light screen. Then, a beam of light refracted from the light screen. Whoosh! After the beam of light condensed, it floated in front of Xiao Han. It was a light yellow brocade pouch the size of a fist. Hey, before the battle, I have to bet all my Immortal Stones into this yellow brocade pouch. Yesterday, eldest senior brother told me this rule. Okay. I'll put all my Immortal Stones into the brocade pouch. With a thought, Xiao Han put all the Immortal Stones in his storage ring into the yellow brocade pouch. Although he had shared a portion of the Immortal Stones with Xiao Mingchu and the others, and he had used up another 400,000 Immortal Stones, the number of Immortal Stones that Xiao Han had put into the yellow brocade pouch had reached 159,876. The light yellow brocade pouch hummed and slowly moved to the top of Xiao Han's head. Begin choosing opponent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the light screen, a strange light burst out, and a vortex appeared. The next moment, Junior, your opponent has been randomly selected. Then, I wish you good luck. Boom! The vortex in the light screen suddenly exploded with a powerful suction force, and Xiao Han's entire body was directly pulled into the light screen. On a square-shaped arena. This arena seemed to be located in a crack in space, and there was only chaos in all directions. Xiao Han stood on the arena, and a light yellow brocade pouch floated above his head. In front of Xiao Han, a few dozen meters away, stood a young man who looked even younger than Xiao Han. This young man had a mature aura, and he looked to be in his early 20s. His eyes were very sharp, and in his eyes, the true talismans formed a large formation that rotated in the sky, emitting a vast aura. Above his head was a light yellow brocade pouch that was exactly the same as Xiao Han's. This brocade pouch also contained all the youth's belongings, including all his Immortal Stones. He looked at Xiao Han, and suddenly, he burst into wild and unbridled laughter. He said crazily, "Ha ha ha! Lack! Ha 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 ha! I, Zhua Xiaofeng, actually have such luck. Ha 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 ha! In the second round of the Immortal Stone competition, I actually met a level 6 True Chi Expansion Realm weirdo. Ha 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 ha! That's like an ant. Ha 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 ha! I killed him in an instant. Ha 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 ha! Ha!" Xiao Han hadn't expected his opponent to lose his composure so quickly. However, Xiao Han now had a clear understanding of his opponent's situation. Level 8 True Chi. Talisman Formation Realm. Judging from his aura, he's about the same level as eldest senior brother. However, he's only a few hundred years younger than eldest senior brother. My surname is Xiao. Please enlighten me, Xiao Han said politely. Enlighten me? There's no need for that. I want you dead. Now let me tell you. I, Zhua Xiaofeng, am a famous figure in my dimension's monster world. I'm known as a genius, and I've had many fortuitous encounters. One of them was falling into an ancient savage beast's blood pool, but I didn't die. Instead, I was nourished and blessed by the savage beast's divine blood. My true qi improved greatly, and the quality of my true qi was not something an ordinary person could compare with. An acupoint enlargement by 487 times is rare in the world. For someone like me, it's indeed an insult to my status to fight a lowly expanded acupoint realm brute like you. I'm telling you so much so that you'll back off. It's not too late for you to commit suicide now. I'm giving you permission to commit suicide now, or I'll let you know the meaning of endless pain. The young man was extremely pleased with himself as he spoke eloquently. Xiao Han frowned slightly and smiled faintly. Screw you, the one next door. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.